Ваші високоповажності, надзвичайні
Your Excellencies, dear participants, as well as online audience of our event, on behalf of the New Europe Center, I'm greeting you at the fourth forum for Ukraine-Japan. We have started this forum 2 years before the full-scale invasion, and our relations between Ukraine and Japan had the status of global partnership. Presently, it is for the fourth time that we are holding this forum, 2 years since full-scale invasion, and just as you have noted in the title of the forum, we already have special global partnership, and this tells us that our relations are moving forward. But despite the importance of their bilateral nature, they are closely intertwined into the global context. And these relations between Ukraine and Japan, it's not just about Ukraine and not just about Japan. Actually, Japan is possibly the only country in the world where when you open one door, you would automatically open another one. One door to Asia and another to G7. So this is a truly unique case, and in these 2 years of full-scale invasion, we have seen for ourselves that, and actually Japan has proven, that it is the most natural ally of Ukraine in Asia, for which we are extremely grateful. And also during its presidency in G7, Japan proved that it is a reliable partner of Ukraine also in that framework. This is what we are grateful for as well. Ukraine is probably the best one to understand the connection between Russian aggression of Ukraine and possible aggression of China in East Asia. Until now, nobody, in my opinion, from among the global leaders has been so clear in formulating this connection. Like Prime Minister Kishida said in his well-known phrase, which we quote very often, not just in Kiev, but also in many world capitals, saying that Ukraine today can become East Asia tomorrow. Japan doesn't need to be explained that investment in Ukraine's security is actually an investment in Japan's security. Tokyo understands this perfectly. And no matter how they would try to depict Russia's war in Ukraine in some parts of the world as a European war, both in Ukraine and in Japan we understand that this is not just European war. Yes, it is happening on the European continent, it is happening in Europe, but it has some global consequences. And the very fact that Russia is actively helped by North Korea in this war, as well as Iran, this tells us that it cannot be a European war exclusively. Our forum is happening when Ukraine, unfortunately, started a war for exhaustion. Unfortunately, because in this war, of course, it is harder for us, harder to win. But we shouldn't be forgetting that in this war, just the same, we have every chance to stand and we have every chance to win if we're not going to stay alone, if we're going to have our partners, not just the EU, not just the United States and the UK, but also Japan, because those with more resources, more spirit and capacity of changing the strategic calculation of Putin is going to win. This is what we have, and we believe that after 2 years of this genocidal war against Ukraine, we have to have the second breath opening up, and we see that some Ukrainian partners have that, and we believe that just the same it is happening in Japan, and there's going to be new ideas and new initiatives, new help. Last year at our forum, there was a feeling that the time of Japan is going to come after Ukraine's victory, when Japan will be actively included in the process of Ukraine's restoration. But as of today, the first thing is actually to have that contribution to victory. The contribution into reconstruction is going to happen later, and we will be very grateful. And we're grateful for the contribution that you're already making into Ukraine's victory, namely the financial contribution, humanitarian, and also other types. And we're also going to be grateful for the new elements of this contribution. Allow me to thank, first of all, Ukraine's defense for having the chance for the second time during the full-scale invasion to organize this forum in Kiev, to thank for great partnership to Japan Embassy in Ukraine, and personally to His Excellency Ambassador of Japan to Ukraine, Kuninori Matsuda. Also would like to thank the Ambassador of Ukraine Japan for his readiness to constantly cooperate in our forum, and all participants, all experts who every year participate in our events, in this way supporting and underline the importance of Ukrainian-Japanese relations in the global context. And now I would like to give the floor to Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Japan in Ukraine, Kuninori Matsuda. Your Excellency, the floor is yours, and we are very grateful for your support.
Making a very good kickoff speech. And let me start by acknowledging some of my friends. First and foremost, Paul Jokwa-san, thank you always being with us. And if I disclose one little secret, Hol-san and I meet more often than we meet with our own wives. Now, Ambassador Korusunsky from Tokyo, my warmest regards to you, and distinguished panelists, moderators, and all the participants, thank you very much for being with us. Now, already 2 years have passed since the beginning of the full-scale invasion by Russia against Ukraine. So let me start by extending our deepest gratitude and respect to all the men and women in uniform, emergency workers, social workers, and all the brave Ukrainian citizens. Thank you very much to all of them. Now, because of their courageous fight against Russia, we, members of the international community in Kyiv, also feel very secure. Now, looking into the 2 years, looking back over the 2 years, I come to a conclusion that if there is one little silver lining in this otherwise unnecessary war, and that is that Japan and Ukraine have rediscovered each other, and our relations have become much, much closer than any time in the past. And every day, people from Japan and people from Ukraine are toiling to build what we call special global partnership, which certainly covers many areas, but first and foremost, national security. Now, I'm sure that all of you in this hall could agree with me that national security in Europe cannot be separated from the national security in East Asia and beyond Asia-Pacific regions. And as Ariona-san briefly touched upon, we have already noticed that North Korea actively helping Russia with the supply of ammunition and missiles. And if we come up with the system by which we can stop this aggression and bring justice to this war, there are many more countries which surely would and could follow the examples set by Russia. So I do strongly believe that national security should be first issue which Ukraine and Japan should tackle together. Now, this war also brought to the light many issues which also should attract our attentions. Among other things, energy security and nuclear safety and food security, if I name some of them. Now, these issues also need concerted efforts by Japan and Ukraine. And third area is certainly economy. And when I talk about economy, I have in mind not only recovery and reconstruction, but post-war robust economic development, first for Ukraine, but for strong economic partnership between Japan and Ukraine. And recently, when I joined your Prime Minister Shimihari in Tokyo and participated in the Japan-Ukraine Economic Conference, my Prime Minister Kishida, also has come up with another important concept, and I quote, "Investment in Ukraine is our common investment into our common future." What does this mean? Yes, when we do invest in Ukraine and when we increase our trade relations with Ukraine, it certainly, first and foremost, should help Ukraine. But at the same time, it surely brings a dividend to all the Europe and beyond to the world, including East Asia and Japan. So this is a key concept. When we work with Ukraine, we're not just helping Ukraine, but actually we are helping Japan too. Now, since there are a couple of my friends from the diplomatic corps, so I think that it is very important for me to touch upon the importance of the regions. First and foremost, Black Sea basin, as well as the Baltic regions. And if I remember correctly, from my History 101, more than 50 years ago in my elementary school, this part of the world was quite a center of the bustling trade and economic relations, which stretches from the Scandinavians through the Baltic, through this part of the world, down to the Black Sea, and beyond to the south. So this is what we need to work together for creations once this unnecessary war comes to an end. And last but not least, Japan and Ukraine belong to the camp in the world where we respect rule of law, democracy, and freedom of expressions. And when it comes to the rule of law, this is very important because as long as we continue to work to uphold the rule of law, international law and order, then we could, and hopefully we would, avoid the repetition of these unnecessary aggressions. And in these connections, I have one little announcement for those of you who are not aware yet. Recently, International Criminal Court selected new president, and Tokyo was night, but we are so delighted, so we all get out of the bed to celebrate. One of our judges, Mrs. Tomoko Akane, has been selected as the new president of the ICC, and she is one of the 3 presiding judges in ICC who issued an arrest warrant against President Putin. So this signifies how Japan puts importance to the rule of law. Now, let me briefly touch upon the importance of the dialogues and cooperation, including this particular event. As I told you, and as I touched upon, all the important elements which Ukraine and Japan should work together, which need more robust, much closer, more regular, and more institutional dialogue and cooperations between Ukraine and Japan across the board of all the segments of the societies, which include government, parliament, academia, media, and many more. So with that, I do hope that this forum and this forum's significance will go out of this hall to reach out all the people who are interested in participating in the dialogue and cooperation between Ukraine and Japan. Now, in my conclusions, I would like to assure all of you about Japan's basic position. Our position for helping Ukraine and punishing Russia by sanctions will continue to stay as it is, as long as it is needed. And we never ever be shaken in our solidarity with Ukraine. And also, these days I often hear, noises about necessity of the ceasefires from different parts of the world. Now, Japan's position is very simple. It is Ukrainian people and Ukraine to decide its fate. And we respect Ukraine decisions. And we are ready to support Ukraine decisions. And in these connections, I can also assure you that Tokyo is fully supporting peace formula presented by President Zelensky. Now, to all of you who are participating from the international community and diplomatic community, I also would like to assure you that because of Japan's close cooperation both with EU and NATO, Tokyo going to be closely engaged with anything related with Europe. Having said that, I'm not saying that we are applying for the membership of the EU and NATO. It is, Ukraine needs to be accepted by EU and NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your definite emphasizes and your clear attitude. And I'd like to thank you for your personal leadership as ambassador to Ukraine, and that you had the same position in Tokyo in terms of Ukraine and war in Ukraine. It could be something like peace, but we understand that this is not the peace we need. Japan positions itself as peace-loving country, but we need the peace that will be sustainable. So can we hear Mr. Sergei Konsarsky, the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of Ukraine to Japan? Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you well. Good evening, probably, in Tokyo. Japan is the only one country from G7 group that is ahead, that's before Ukraine in terms of time, and there can be but this can concern also certain ideas and solutions. Is it so or not? So I'm inviting you to provide your open remarks. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody in Ukraine, Mr. Igor Ivanovich, dear colleagues, Mr. Your Excellency Kuniori Matsuda. It's a pleasure for me to have a speech before you, and it's a good tradition to conduct this forum. And I would like to mention where we are compared to the previous forum. And this was an unprecedented event in terms of Ukraine and Japan relations. The Prime Minister of Japan visited Kiev. Then there was a visit of the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky to Japan, and it was very important that G7 changed to G8 together with Ukraine. The summit was short for us, but it was very eventful. And those decisions taken there were very important for our activities. It's very important that they started to be implemented from the very beginning, and we received outcomes pretty soon. We had a visit of the foreign minister of Japan to Ukraine, and Japan made a great contribution to support Ukraine. I mean, $2.5 billion through the World Bank. That was thanks to Japan support. And in Tokyo there was a conference to facilitate the after-war recovery of Ukraine. It was an unprecedented event. Many participants there, I mean, not only the governmental part from Ukraine, but over 100 representatives of Ukrainian business came there. And within this conference, within this visit, there was not only the Prime Minister track, but also there were separate negotiations on different topics, and this was very important. And the business event that we had after the official part, and besides, I would like to say that the Japanese part, and under our participation, 2 additional events had been carried out. Also by JICA support, and this was also under participation of representatives of Ukrainian regions. Our startups were represented there, and this was a powerful signal so that we can observe a very active exchange today, and we are having a discussion on different projects, and these projects are pretty huge, but there is a tradition in Japan not to mention something that hasn't become a reality. So we will have opportunity to inform you about good news, and some documents have been drafted and signed on governmental and business levels. This is a new convention to avoid double taxation, and we renewed the convention from 1986, and half of these agreements are memorandums between companies. In Japan there is a tradition not to sign anything in a formal way. So this needs to be truly implemented. And I'm grateful to the Japanese side that we've started the true implementation of our projects. These projects are very important because our infrastructures is being assaulted every day, and we should create normal conditions for our citizens. But in the perspective, we are discussing very serious projects. The Japanese side opened a great space for mutual activities, and visa restrictions have been mitigated for Japanese business people to visit Ukraine. So this is a great package, and we continue our work in this way. And the President of Ukraine and the Prime Minister of Japan have achieved some agreement, and we are implementing them actively by moving forward together. We not only conducting a mutual dialogue, but Japan is actively doing to implement our peace formula and to formulate a new peace concept that's very important for the whole world. I believe that we will continue this despite of many problems, many challenges in the world. But Japan stands at its attitude hardly. There are many talks about the fact that the world is tired of Ukraine, but we don't observe any lack of attention. This attention has just another level, and this is another understanding of discussion. And the meetings we are having here in Tokyo coincides with the contacts that we have with Japan right now. So I would like to thank to the Japanese part, and we are not tired to tell you again and again that you can hear our voice in Asia, and you can hear our Asia in very well for each position of our attitude. I would like to wish you many access, and if you are ready to come to us, we are ready to assist you, and we are wait for you in Tokyo every time. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for good news, and we are happy to hear that our partnership is developing and it is acquiring many dimensional aspects. And now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Igor Zhovka. This is the Deputy Head of Presidential Office of Ukraine, Diplomatic Advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky. You were talking us about expectations. Your speech was about that, about the perspectives of Ukraine under the chairmanship of Japan in G7, but we have still many expectations, and the fact that Japan is not connected by the chairmanship, but this chairmanship responsibility in the G7 group, maybe this can open a bit more opportunities for us to cooperate with Japan to increase the Japanese contribution to Ukraine. Thank you. Let me start with my gratefulness to you. This event is a great tradition. You've told right that last year we met here in Kiev, and not only in the beginning of the Japanese chairmanship in G7. Yes, we were acquainted of this. We negotiated this with our Japanese partners, and allow me to thank you today for your excellent chairmanship in the G7 group. Your Excellency, Mr. Matsuda, you've done a great work, not only among the diplomatic circles within the G7 group. You were resistant and you were a reliable partner for Ukraine with the whole your heart. You told us in the third forum, we couldn't inform you about this last year, but I'm talking about the Prime Minister's visit. We've signed a very important document on the political level, and this visit was a very fruitful, a sign of a very fruitful year in the Ukrainian and Japan partnership. There was a G7 summit in Hiroshima, and this was an unprecedented historical summit in many ways for Ukraine, because the president of Ukraine had an opportunity to directly participate in the G7 group. So that was for the first time in the Ukrainian history, but I can recall of one more important event. The Japanese side gave an opportunity to Ukraine to exchange opinions with the leaders of the G7 group. This event was attended by very important leaders of the global south, and these leaders discussed very important issues for Ukraine. They discussed consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and the leaders of the global south and their presence told us that for their countries it had negative impacts, and that's a very important emphasis. That's not only a war in Ukraine. The consequences of this war can be felt in the Asian region, in other regions globally. These are open-hearted discussions. Our president discussed this in the forefront of diplomatic negotiations, and so we haven't heard about nothing from these leaders about ceasefire, about peace negotiations. This summit was a unique one in the diplomatic history, and it created a very good trajectory for development of our mutual relations. We had many events and activities afterwards. Japan was very sustainable in contributing to Ukraine's development, and we are grateful for this to you, and we feel your support very well in the battlefield also. Our respective troops can be grateful to you for this. Japan is consistent in its financial assistance to Ukraine. This is one of the leaders in this process, and Japan has become one of the most financial donors for Ukraine in the last years. And now I'm going to talk about sanctions against Russia. Japan could be an example that could inspire other countries in the Asian and neighboring regions so that these sanction policies can be spread among the countries in these regions as it has been done in the European region. I'm sure that Japan has potential in this way. One more event during the Japan chairmanship in G7 on the 12th July 2022. A very important declaration has been signed for Ukraine. These were guarantees for Ukraine protection. In the NATO summit, Ukraine is striving to be a NATO member, and this event will be a part of textbooks in diplomatic history. This declaration has been signed by all members of the G7 groups. Since that time, this declaration has been signed by more countries, and 32 countries have signed this declaration, and Ukraine will receive security guarantees. Now Ukraine is fighting against Russian aggression, but Ukraine will be able to guarantee safety in the security in the region where it is located. Ukraine is ready to guarantee the security for those countries with which it has signed security guarantee agreements. Ukraine continues to conduct negotiations with 10 countries to conclude similar agreements. We are conducting with Baltic states, with other EU members, and now Ukraine is creating a new architecture, a new secure architecture in Ukraine. And we are conducting negotiations with Ukraine. There are several rounds of these negotiations. We agreed with the Japanese sides not to explain publicly what we are talking about right now, but you will see that this will be a powerful agreement, because we can conclude only powerful agreements with such countries as Japan. So, excuse me, Your Excellency, but I would like to but I'm happy that you have such a strong leadership, that we've conducted many diplomatic events here in Kiev, and your activity helped us in each meeting. So the Japan's attitude was very clear and very understandable. We are going to conduct the peace summit in the Switzerland, and the president of Ukraine had respective talks with the Switzerland, with the president of Switzerland, and this is very important that many countries should attend this summit. So, but the nuclear security is very important, and Japan knows the ropes, what the nuclear security is. Japan is consistently against nuclear threats, against threats policy based on nuclear challenges. You know the situation with the Zaporizhia nuclear power stations. This is occupied, and this is a huge threat that can lead to a global nuclear catastrophe. And this is one of the most popular points in the implementation of this peace formula, and we should be ready to contribute our efforts to implement this point, and Japan is participating very actively in implementation of all points of this peace formula. And now I'm going to talk about the recovery conference this year. And this is about your questions, Ms. Alona. So how is Japan feeling after ending its chairmanship in G7? So Japan will play a great role in the Ukraine's rebuilding, in Ukraine's restoration. And businesses are talking right now and are thinking of how we can recover Ukraine. Japan thinks always strategically, and that's very important. In the end of my speech, I would like to refer to the topic of our event. And indeed, Japan is assesses the level of partnership with other countries in the world, and that's very important part for your in your country's policy. But we are sure that this is not the last stage in our relations, and I believe that this will be happen. We will achieve the strategical partnership between Ukraine and Japan. We are striving this, and we will do this obligatory. And this is a very important block to achieve, to win against the aggressor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Igor, for your very important details that you explained to the forum's participant, and that you explained us our expectations. The strategical partnership is what we are striving for. And we discussed this topic in our analytical papers, and this is one of our key recommendations. And after the special global partnership, this is a logical next step. Let me thank you once again, Your Excellencies, Mr. Igor, that you on the presidential office level are prioritizing the relations with Japan, and this is pretty much understandable, and that you're conducting negotiations about bilateral agreements on mutual security obligations, and we believe more than the French President Macron that we can implement these efforts will transform in real guarantees for Ukraine that are absolutely important to finish the war and to maintain the sustainable peace in Europe. And thank you once again. And I'm inviting the moderator and the panelists for the first panel. So we don't have any break right now. So we are starting our first panel.
for itself, since it's an easy panel, but at the same time it's a difficult panel, because we have to talk about the lessons which we learned or we didn't learn, and how the outcome on Russia's war is seen from Ukraine, Europe, and Japan. So I think we'll have this intersection between all the regions. And before we go into details, I would like to introduce the entire panel. So we have Mr. Hideki Matsunaga, Chief Representative of JICA office in Ukraine. We have Hanna Hopko, who is chair of ANTS board and who is former chairwoman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Verkhovna Rada. We have online Gustav Gressel, who is senior analyst at the European Council on Foreign Relations. And we have from Japan or Australia, I'm not sure where is Atsuko Higashino, who is associate professor at the University of Tsukuba. And we have Mikhailo Gonchar, president of the Global Studies Strategy 21. So I think we have the right people to dwindle into the to dig into the question of the lessons learned. And before starting, I would like just to have a soft introduction why this is important, because I remember quite well when the war started, and it took some, I think it was beginning of April 2022 when President of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, went publicly and said, we should have listened to you when you said that building bridges with Russia is not what we should do because we were mistaken and we should have considered security in a different way, and this is a lesson we should learn. And then we are 2 years now from that moment, and we have another president, President Macron, who is also reflecting on the lessons about the last 2 years. So basically we are in this reflection mode already, and that's why I would like to ask you to reflect in your interventions, during your speech, about what kind of lessons we have learned and what kind of lessons we didn't learn. And since I'm asking Hideki to go first with the intervention, given your also capacity, maybe you could, aside from the wider question, also reflect a little bit on the economic part, because I think this is also something which is important for our discussion. Hideki, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me for this forum. I really appreciate Aliona, Leo, and everybody for having me here, and it's a great honor. Aliona, Leo, Hannah came over to Japan last January, a little bit more than a year ago, and they kindly traveled to Hiroshima. And you talk about lesson, and you seriously went through all the panel, all the explanations, spending a whole day in Hiroshima at the museum as well as at the Peace Park. And we are really impressed, and that touches my heart, and that motivates me to move to Ukraine and to be present at this forum next year. And it was my goal last year, and it came true, and thank you very much for that, first of all. And I think, when we talk about lessons learned or lessons unlearned, we could really argue in all different perspectives. And one is, of course, in what the arenas, we have learned the lessons. It could be the war itself, diplomacy, information intelligence, and economy, recovery and reconstruction. And maybe the other aspect is for whom, this lesson is. Of course, lessons to Ukrainian or lessons to international community. And so we really can, discuss these lessons from from different angles. And maybe some may say it might be too early while the war is ongoing, to extract lessons. However, I think this is really a great question, because we continuously reflect what we have done over last, especially 2 years, and assess and think about our, way from now on. So this is, first of all, great, question. But with that said, I just would like to underline as a first lessons for especially the community is really the very fact that war is, wars are easier to start but hard to end, and deterrence is the most important, aspect. So for Ukraine, of course, this is not the war Ukrainian really wanted, and Putin and Russia started. So it's not fair to attribute the cause, to Ukrainian. But we really need to extract a lesson for international communities. Whether international community has done enough to deter this war, from happening. That's the lessons really we need to learn. And it can go back to 2014. It started then, and the series of signals international community have given to Russia and Putin might have incentivized Russia, in entering this, invasion. So, one thing you talk about lesson unlearned. It is obvious the international community did not learn lessons from 2014, invasion, and but now it's really time. Again, we reflect, from last 2 years, what really is the lessons. I have a few more, but I'll stop here, and maybe I'll come back later.
Thank you very much for your kind of. I would not overestimate it. I would say a little bit philosophical even approach to the lessons learned. And I have to actually agree with it. All started 2014 for Ukraine, for other countries even earlier. And we missed some of the signals and some of the events in having a more coherent, maybe, reaction to what happened. So I would like to go a little bit more from to this question from a Ukrainian perspective. So that's why, Hanna, I would like to ask you to speak about the lessons learned, but also to make parallels between our region and the other regions, especially since Japan seems to be far away, but as we hear, it's quite interconnected with the situation in Ukraine. The question of a potential war of China in the region. Is it connected? How do you see this? I mean, do we have this interconnection? Do we have? Do you think the lesson, which is currently taking place in Ukraine, is touching upon also that region? Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, the organizers. And thanks to Japan for supporting this initiative. So, of course, what are the lessons unlearned? So let me start about some achievements. And since we have panel Ukrainians, Japanese, and Europeans, so let me quote the recent resolution of European Parliament. Support for Ukraine is the best answer to Kremlin. Ukraine's decisive victory may lead to genuine changes in the Russian Federation, in particular, de-imperialization, decolonization, and refederalization, all of which are necessary conditions for establishing democracy in Russia. So it's really important to talk about de-imperialization of Russian Federation, because it's not 10 years of ongoing Russian aggression, it's for centuries. Within the last 200 years, we at the International Center for Ukrainian Victory conducted a policy paper a year ago, the endgame scenarios for Russia war in Ukraine, and we analyzed last 200 years. So Moscow, Soviet Union, and currently Russian Federation conducted almost 50 wars. 50 wars. So and I'm really very thankful to members of European Parliament, because like 5-10 years ago, to see in the resolution of European Parliament the language saying about de-imperialization, decolonization, it was impossible. So now it's a part of the official language of European Parliament. I think it's a big achievement. So first, second, also there are members of Ukrainian Parliament in this room, and I'm very thankful for their strong position, because they continue our good practice from the 8th convocation, when we first time in 2019 adopted an appeal on behalf of Ukrainian Parliament to NATO, UN, condemning the persecution of indigenous people living in the territory of Russian Federation, especially Povolzhia, like Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, those people who are now suffering a lot because they were sent and to be part of Russian war, genocidal war against Ukraine. And I'm very thankful to Ukrainian MPs, because they adopted several important resolutions within last years. First of the resolution was also about importance of decolonization, de-imperialization of Russian Federation, and also another appeal when they condemned the Russian occupation of northern territories, and actually requested to establish a special working group or commission. Actually, so we are here understanding what values means and how to defend territorial integrity and sovereignty of independent states. And also, I brought with me this Sustainable Peace Manifesto, where we are talking about sustainable peace, how to reach sustainable peace, but not at the expense of justice. And Ambassador Matsuda mentioned about International Criminal Court and why it's important to punish aggressor and establish tribunal. And actually, we are advocating now for confiscation of Russian assets and reparations. This is also one of our key strategic goals. And why we are talking about sustainable peace? Because from the beginning of Russian aggression in 2014, I do remember, as the former chairwoman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Ukraine was under pressure, even from our strategic partners, telling us, don't ask weapons, only political diplomatic solution, only peaceful settlement. Even javelins, it was hard for us to get in 2016. So this is really important, and to learn the lessons. After 8 years of peaceful settlement, this approach failed, and we ended up with genocide, because Russia is committing the number of war crimes, crimes against humanity, ecocide, forceful deportation of Ukrainian kids, migration waves. It's all about Russia committing genocide against us. So this is why I think the peaceful approach failed, and actually all attempts now, all voices from China, voices from Turkey, voices from Vatican about appeasement of the aggressor, about the settled or negotiated peace. Honestly, it's just to support Russia and access of authoritarian states. Because 10 years ago, it was Russia alone invading Ukraine. Now it's Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Belarus fighting against Ukraine, fighting against NATO, fighting against global democracy. And it's really important. This is not just Russian war against Ukraine. It's Russia and all these countries which established already a coalition of evil states or authoritarian club or tyrannies. It doesn't matter. But it's really important to understand that only victory is a way to bring sustainable peace. And it's really important. And this is why I'm very thankful to Japan for being with us for these 10 years, and especially during the genocide, providing us financial resources, providing us different type of support, demining, working with Ukrainian farmers, agriculture sector. It's, I think, key, and I fully support the idea before conducting another reconstruction or recovery conferences, we have to conduct finally victory conference and understand what is needed to bring Ukraine and the whole democratic world to victory. And just to conclude, since our enemy likes symbolism, we also in Ukraine like symbolic dates. And just to remind you that in April 13, in 1904, the big drama for Russia was when the chief of Indo-Pacific Tikhookhanska Escadra, Makarov, died. It happened during the Japanese-Russo War, and it was a tragedy for Russia at that time. And actually, in 2022, also Neptunes, it was the same April 13, attacked Moscow, the flagship of Russian. And actually, now the flagship of Russian Navy is named by Makarov. So I think his destiny will not be so long, because Ukrainian armed forces are very creative with our HUR. Thanks to our volunteers who are producing the best drones in the world. And I wish God bless our victory this year, because Russian empire always ended with our victories, and the Black Sea victory is a part of our common victory, and it's a beginning of de-imperialization of Russian Federation, punishment, and I'm very thankful Japan for being a strategic partner in this global goal to prevent new aggression from the axis of evil states, and it doesn't matter. It's Middle East, it's Indo-Pacific. So victory of Ukraine will bring victory for all of us, and Japan is a real contributor to our victory, and we learned the lessons from Japanese-Russo War, and actually we learned many lessons, and this century belongs to Ukrainian victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanna, Thank you, Hanna, for your parallels. Well, I liked them a lot. I hope this becomes a reality as soon as possible. I mean, it appears that I'm joking, but I'm not. Nobody expected that it happened. What happened? I mean, with the flagship Moskva, yeah, with A-50 two times.
A-50?
Like what thought to be unbelievable, actually it happened. So. I hope it happens. Gustav, I'm turning over to you, since it seems like, I mean, EU have learned, and certain EU countries have learned a lot of lessons since the beginning of the big war. I mean, not since 2014, but since 2022. But at the same time, we're still, in part, lagging behind on certain issues, because we see that, just as Hanna mentioned, the autocracies have mobilized themselves and helping, like countries like Iran, North Korea, helping Russia to treat Ukraine, unfortunately. Is EU learning from this? Are the EU countries learning from this? How do you see the lessons learned here, and what to expect?
Thanks a lot. Well, I'm the military nerd with ECFR. I can tell you that European militaries are learning a lot from the war and from Ukraine's conduct of the war, because we see a lot of very creative and very special applications or way Ukraine fights this war. Ukraine has structurally had even bigger weaknesses in many sectors that European armies consider themselves weak compared to Russia. And of course, they now pay very close attention on how Ukraine tries to fill the gap with very creative use of limited resources. And we are taking notes. So on the political lessons learned, yes, there's a very uneven process. Also, there's a very late learning process. So this is, again, a war between industrial nations, and it's the first industrial war of the 21st century. that distinguishes very much apart from all the wars we had over the past 30 years, which were either counterinsurgency issues or one-sided affairs, where you had industrial nations on the one side and you had developing nations on the other side. So like the Gulf Wars against Iraq or the military intervention against Libya. These were all one-sided affairs. Even like for some lessons like Drone Warfare, where we had the Nagorno-Karabakh War of 2020 as a wake-up or a missed wake-up call to many European countries. This was a one-sided affair because you had basically one strictly post-Soviet country and one country that, with the military assistance of Turkey, learned a lot and was at least partially already in the 21st century. And now we see two armed forces which are in the 21st century and which have their own defense industrial background fighting against each other. And the first big lessons learned for the Europeans is you go to war with the army you have and not the army your white book talks about. And that is a very, very important lesson. I said before that you need to plan, you need to have the training in place, and you need to have the operational plans in place for the armed forces you have, and how the armed forces you have, not the ones you want to create, will fight the war you need to fight, because that is something Ukraine got extremely good and right. But European armies especially are very happy to talk about or to plan with the armies that are in their white books, not the armies that are in their barracks. The second lesson is auto weapons kill as well. And often it just takes a slight modernization in terms of sensors and integration to command and control network to make very old weapons very effective. But, and here actually commercial off-the-shelf technology is very effective making these weapons effective. But you can also only make use of commercial off-the-shelf technology if you have sustainable, reliable supply chains. And if you have a robust dual-use civilian sector that can really make use of it. Ukraine's IT sector is very much a part of that solution in Ukraine. But how robust is the IT sector of, let me say, Greece or Spain? That is a difficult question for a lot of EU countries they need to look into. And for no reason, we have a discussion about the European supply chain law. That's a direct consequence of this war, because we see that in many issues where we thought that we are talking about purely commercial products and the rules of the market and demand and supply will regulate it, and outsourcing to countries that are cheaper to producing certain subcomponents will actually increase our competitiveness on the global market, and that will also lead to beneficial relations with these countries, now have created vulnerabilities that in times of war or in global confrontation, and here we are at the Ukraine-Japan Forum, I think a global confrontation that erupts in the Asia-Pacific that cuts the maritime supplies or endangers maritime supplies. I'm not only talking about China. A Asia-Pacific war would also endanger supply lines to countries like Vietnam, to Taiwan, to Malaysia, where a lot of to Singapore, where a lot of manufacturing in Singapore financing, but in Malaysia, in Vietnam, in Taiwan, a lot of manufacturing of subcomponents that are defense goods, but even more civilian goods and dual-use goods, which would be necessary in war, rely on. And that is a thing that needs thorough strategic planning and honest conversations with ourselves. How can we continue this kind of reliance on the free market? The third large lesson is that large wars are about industrial sustainability. And that is the most painful lesson, because we see now with the ammunition initiative that our defense industry is not up to pace when it comes to keeping Ukraine in the war. Leopard 2 spare part production cannot keep the 70 Leopard 2s that Ukraine has in a prolonged war. The Russians are watching this. How can we? It's the most prolific main battle tank in the entire North Atlantic Alliance. The Russians will make their conclusions from this about our defense readiness, and it's not the conclusions we want them to draw. So this is extremely dangerous what has happened here, and I hope that the Europeans cut the corner shortly. But the other thing is we also learned that the contractor or industrial maintenance level that we introduced in the global war on terror, have contractors or our civilian enterprises to maintain, to repair damaged vehicles, do a lot of the logistics. It's cheap, but it doesn't work in a full-scale industrial war. We see that with the stuff we supply to Ukraine. And would it be so much different if there were if the war would happen in Poland? Would our civilian defense enterprises with their civilian repair and maintenance shops be equally overwhelmed with the amount of vehicles they would get in? Would they have equal problems of access to the damaged sites? What does it say about our own militaries if they can't repair these vehicles because they are overly complex and they are too difficult to maintain in the field by field person? Just think of the discussion between Panzerhaubitze 2000 and Caesar. It's just you can say the Panzerhaubitze 2000 is the better weapon system and it has that capabilities and is here better, but the Caesar can be easily maintained. It's operational most of the time, and it can be maintained by a lot of people who just somehow learn to fix a civilian truck. And the system that is operational has much more combat value than the system that is very shiny on a defense exhibition but is not operational in combat. So the next thing, and that is sort of the military lessons we yet have to learn. We have to closely because the verdict isn't really out there, is the redefinition of combined arms warfare. When we talk about combined arms warfare, and there's this discussion, train Ukraine according to NATO standards, and they will smash the Russian defenses, and they will break through, blah 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 blah, before the counteroffensive. Now, of course, we can discuss about what went wrong on the Ukrainian side in this. There are reasons for that, but the other painful truth for Europeans is that Zaporizhzhia Oblast in 2023 was not the Fulda Gap 1985. And when NATO thinks about combined arms warfare against a peer competitor, we are still mentally in the Fulda Gap of 1985. And our procedures, our way how to think through combined arms warfare are fighting the Red Army on the inner German border. And that doesn't work anymore in the 21st century. We see, of course, now bits and pieces how the new combined arms warfare, where you have a much higher share of drone warfare and the deep integration of drone capabilities into each and every wing and each and every service, but you also have a better integration of electronic warfare and of integrated drone and air defense and special engineering to make this thing work again. We're still debating, Ukrainians are still debating how to actually depose the Russians and how to have a good recipe to conduct maneuver warfare again. Be mindful of Solutionist article that this requires in-depth not only producing but also thinking. And of course, these lessons are yet to be learned, and these new concepts here, Ukraine is sort of the spearhead of that. But Europeans want to learn as well, because we know that for our own credibility of our own conventional defense, we need to know how to beat the Russian army. And the sixth sort of big lesson, or that is probably over the next 1.5 years quite decisive, and that we have to anticipate learning because we have paid due attention to it. That is the integration of artificial intelligence and large-scale computing into situation awareness, if you combine it with electronic reconnaissance and integrated supervisor. Copying discussions in the United States, the Russians have had discussions about such systems in the past decade. But if you look at how they conducted the full-scale invasion, it was very obvious that Russian military silo thinking and the conservative nature of their officers' corps did not allow for any of the application of whatever their people wrote down in military thought. And this I want to point a finger. We see that the Russian targeting cycle is becoming much faster. We see that the Russian intelligence on the Ukrainian rear, which was based on agents and which was based on human intelligence for most of the war, is becoming better, independently of what the SBU catches on spies on the ground. So it seems to be technical. And it might be that their heavy losses in the beginning of the full-scale invasion might have broke some bureaucratic resistance in the armed forces to try out the things that they were talking about before the war. And that is a dangerous thing, because that would allow the Russians to use their tools much more effectively. And the West needs to supply Ukraine with the means to counter it. Also, the Western reluctance to supply modern electronic intelligence tools to Ukraine and work with them and try out such concepts on their own is actually hampering our idea how to integrate these new computing capabilities into our own armed forces. Because regardless what our defense industry does and tries, and you play in maneuvers, at the end, what works in war works. And what works on a maneuver might work in war, but only might. And here, the European reluctance really needs to be overcome. I know it's a really unpolite phrase to say it's now a field of experimentation, this war, but the military truth is that it is, and you better take that seriously and conduct the military support for Ukraine also in the way that for the credibility of European and NATO defense, you take the maximum effect out of it than to kind of hide behind bureaucratic hurdles or political cautiousness.
Thank you, Gustav, for approaching this question from a different angle and from emphasizing all the weakest sides, I mean, we still have. And I have a follow-up question to you right now, and it's not about Taurus, I mean, because,
okay.
you know, 1.5 years ago, all the questions were about Leopards, now about Taurus. I have a different question regarding, which I think is important in the current effort of supplying Ukraine with what it needs. You mentioned your third lesson learned is that the inability of European countries to supply Ukraine with shells, with maintenance parts and so on. Are we moving to the economy of scale in the context of the European countries? Because I know this has been a question, and it's a key question, because if countries, EU countries, will be able to move to an economy of scale, many things would be much easier in terms of supply. So do you see this happening?
Unfortunately, very unevenly. So Poland, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, especially on ammunition, but also on spare parts, they move to economy of scale. Germany on ammunition moves on to economy of scale. If you look at the numbers Rheinmetall is putting out, they're on a very good way in that. On armored vehicles, unfortunately not. And this is something I really do not understand, because especially on spare parts, we need to. But this might be a political thing, because, you know, we had the Leopard debate where the chancellor was pushed over the red line by force, but he was since then not enthusiastic to really follow up on being pushed over the red line, and that's a problematic thing. Scandinavia is moving into economy of scale. The French have very long talked about it, but insufficient action happened. I think here we are on the tipping point of moving towards economy of scale. The problem is, of course, all that takes time. Bulgaria now is in a very good position to produce ammunition. They're putting out quite a lot because they have started so in summer 2022. And the problem is the later you switch to economy of scale, given all the preparations and the supply chain issues, it takes some time for industry, and it depends on the sector we're talking about. Artillery ammunition is actually a fairly simple defense good. Yes, we have crunches on the cotton market, we have crunches on the chemical market for the pre-products to produce, especially the propellant charges. But it's still a fairly simple product. If we talk about tanks, there are so many sub-supply companies, small and medium-sized, that have very little elasticity in terms of finances and credit volume involved, that you really need to plan this ahead. It's not something you can kind of shake out of the sleeve by a nice announcement. And that's the problem, is that politicians, first of all, insufficiently understand that. And the second thing is, and that is a lot of supply for Ukraine now is not up to political debates. I mean, apart from isolated issues, sort of the political clearance to give Ukraine what it needs, these hurdles have been taken. The problem is management. We still have two big silos between defense ministries, defense industries, the EU Commission, the finance ministries. We have two out-of-sync plans on what we finance and what industry can produce. We have too much out-of-sync plans between what we procure domestically and give money for development and what Ukraine needs. And this is all up to bad management. And that's, of course, for a think tanker like me, hard to give a smart answer to, because we are there to discuss political decisions, but we need managers now.
Right.
And that's a huge problem, but it's a problem Europe has to solve, because, as I said before, if you take NATO deterrence credible, then you can't allow this bad management on that scale.
Thank you, Gustav, for replying on this. And thank you for your thoughts about the questions of lessons. I'll go back to Japan. To Atsuko Higashino, who is associate professor at the University of Tsukuba, but I would say it's one of the, I think she is one of the best observers and of what happens in this part of the world in Japan. So thank you for being with us and for your readiness to talk on the same question, basically, what are the lessons learned and or unlearned. And we would be interested in hearing a perspective from your side, especially, and like, are there any conclusions already, I mean, on which lessons have been learned, which didn't? Atsuko, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for having me this year as well. And this has already become my ritual. In order to attend this Ukraine-Japan Forum in the fourth consecutive year. And I'm very, very happy to kind of, coordinate and modify my schedule in order to attend this very important forum. So I hope that in the near future, we continue this Ukraine-Japan Forum in order to look back and learn history, how Ukraine could win the war. So this is my really hope. But at this moment, as Leo kindly introduced, and I've been looking at this war for the past 2 years or past 10 years, and I really would like to talk about the lesson learned and lesson unlearned. And when it's coming back to the issue of Japan, I'm not really sure that if Japan collectively successfully learned the lesson from the victims and the sacrifices of Ukraine, I think the subject Japan is too large to speak at this moment. And because we are not monoliths at all, we are not having a collective, same kind of idea or lessons learned from this war. So we are still seeing a very mixed picture of what we have learned or what we have unlearned. And unfortunately, I really have to say that these lessons are not irreversible. So it is highly likely that it is already happening already. That we forget the lesson that we have already learned. And personally speaking, after the outbreak of the full-scale invasion, after 2 years, we Japanese tend to forget the lesson that we should have learned, and as a not used to the illusion prevail in the course of this war. So we are still in a learning process, I think. And so that's why we really have to confirm and we have to talk again and again about the very important point and very important lesson that has been learned. It means really that their lesson learning is a very long-term process. And that's why this sort of conference is very, very important for both of us, for Ukraine and Japan and the rest of the world. So let me start with the lessons which continues even before, from the time of even before the outbreak of this full-scale invasion in February 2022. So the lesson that we learned in terms of Russia, we are really stopping to believe in Russia any longer. So it is kind of funny from the viewpoint of Ukraine, I think, that we Japanese believed in Russia so naively for such a long time, but it is getting less and less so in the course of war. So many people started to learn that Russia is not a negotiator who is trustworthy. So that is a very huge lesson that we've learned in the course of this war. But I think again, this learning process has to be continued, and we really need to continue to not to have the excessive illusion concerning Russia. And I'm telling you this because this is very, very important in terms of the context of ceasefire. So ceasefire argument is quite active at this moment in Japan, saying that, look, Ukraine can compromise like 20% of their territory, saying that they have to, stop the war just in order to stop the war between Ukraine and Russia. So as long as these people exist, as long as this kind of discussion exists, we cannot really say that we learned a lesson from Ukraine people, Ukraine national who is really sacrificing their lives and sacrificing their daily, important businesses and education in order to fight against Russia. So I think, unfortunately, we are still on the process of learning. So in this regard, I think I need to say, and every person who observed this war continue to say that the ceasefire doesn't really mean peace. So this is something that we really have to continue telling other people, telling audiences, and telling a lot of people who still has got in a capture of this sort of religion. But at the same time, even before the start of full-scale war, and even for the Abe administration, who is really soft towards Russia, we continued our assistance in terms of the war-torn area, in particular in eastern part of Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk. So that assistance, even though the amount itself was quite small, it became a foundation of today's assistance. So what we could learn from here is that we should assist any country who became a victim of this sort of aggression, who is likely, and also the country who are likely to be suffering from this sort of invasion. We really need to start the assistance right away, because that assistance become a seed of what we are doing for the future. So in Ukrainian cases, it was exactly like that. So we need to start assistance, even though you've got a kind of a appeasement way of thinking to the country who becomes or who is likely become aggressor. But we need to start assistance straight away in order to make a seed, and then the seed turn into the very large-scale, substantial sort of assistance. Okay, and let me speak about the current status of the Japanese stance to Russia and Ukraine, and how the lesson is learned. I would like to bring about the issue of sanction. So our sanction so far has been quite similar to what other G7 countries and other EU countries are making, with a very, very important exception at this moment. So we have seen the 13th package of sanction issued by the EU, and that is very, very important. In terms of that, it contains the sanction vis-a-vis the third country, including India, including mainland China, etc. So the 13th sanction package is very, very important that it expanded the horizon of sanction. But at the same time, lesson learned in Japan is that it is highly, highly unlikely that Japan joins this third country sanction. So I think I have to repeat that this shows that we didn't really learn from the past 2 years that our economic sanction didn't really work. It was insufficient. But at the same time, I'm kind of pessimistic about the future of Japan joining this third country's sanction in the very near future. So it is kind of very difficult for Japan to have this lesson, to have a policy implication for our future sanction towards Russia and any other third countries. Lesson about the assistance. Listen about the assistance fatigue. I have to say that I am fully against the argument of assistance fatigue. According to Kew Institute of International Sociology's report, which has been issued several months ago, is that Japan's assistance is 0.17% in comparison with the GDP. So I just wonder if Japan is a country who got fatigued by the assistance of the 0.17%. No. So I really have to say that the assistance fatigue is such a narrative which has got no sort of substantial content inside. But at the same time, for the past several months, I realized that this narrative is very, very difficult to combat. So it is not really that we are really, really tired of, making assistance to Ukraine. But on the contrary, it is really hard for us, supporter of Ukraine, to speak that we are not that tired of assistance to Ukraine. We can do even more and more about that. But that sort of discussion, it's not really widely accepted by the wider Japanese audiences, who probably suffered from the disaster of earthquake and the high living prices and etc. So this is something that we have to have a very long-term treatment and long-term discussive combat. In terms of the defense equipment transfer, again, lesson unlearned. The debate has been very, very, very slow, even though the obviously situation in Ukraine stirred up this sort of argument in Japan. So we started that sort of argument, but again, just because this discussion is too slow, I think it's very unlikely that Japan can provide any sort of defense equipment transfer in time. For Ukraine, the year 2024 is a crucial year. We can basically, in principle, we needing have to assist Ukraine as much as we can. But at the same time, taking account of the pace of discussion, it is the I cannot help myself to be pessimistic about this. But in this context, for example, Ambassador Kosunski in Japan is very clear. He repeatedly says that what Ukraine demands to Japan is the air defense system, an economy, and reconstruction. I think we are contributing somewhat in terms of the economy and reconstruction, but what Ukraine needs is air defense system. And personally, I think that we really consider very seriously about providing Ukraine the air defense system. This is my view. And we need to persuade a lot of Japanese people that providing air system to Ukraine is not providing a weapon to kill, but it is a weapon to protect people's life. So again, the pace of discussion is too slow, but I really would like to have persuade the audiences in Japan that it is a matter of urgency, it is a matter of importance, the crucial importance that providing defense system to Ukraine is very crucial, and it is we have to deal with this with the sense of urgency. I think I spoke too long already, so if you got any question concerning how the war travels to the eastern part, East Asia, and what kind of reaction that we got in terms of the Taiwan contingency or East Asian contingency. I'm happy to answer this in the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts and for sharing these ideas, especially about the peacekeeper and the peace talks. I have to remind that people often tend to forget that Ukraine, within the Minsk process, held about 200 rounds of negotiations, about 20 ceasefires, and all of them were violated. I mean, this is one of the lessons, clearly lessons learned, which we need to take into consideration. And by already getting back to Ukraine, I'm handing over the floor to Mikhailo for his intervention on the lessons learned, and also, I hope, on Ukraine, but not only, maybe. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks a lot for the invitation to take part in this conference forum. It's, I remember that third time for me. It's honor for me at my center. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I prefer to speak in Ukrainian because we are in Ukraine. And Ukrainian language is one official language for our forum. So please take your accessories who need it. Я підготував дійсно кілька ремарок до.
I prepared several remarks for our forum in the context of lessons learned and unlearned, and the methods how we can counteract the Russia's and Chinese aggression against Ukraine. What methods were the least efficient? First of all, I would like to point out the anti-escalation behavioral model of NATO and J7. Now we can see the progress in this matter. The anti-escalation behavioral model was a green light for the aggressor. That's a pity, but for some of our partners, this model still remains functionable. For France, for example. My second point is the multilateral repetition about So we're always talking that this will have consequences for Russia, but we don't have any real consequences. So these consequences appear only in words, but indeed nothing has been done to punish Russia. And what our moderator pointed out about the necessity of negotiations with the aggressor, this is about negotiations from the capitals of our partners. There are talks that you should sit down with the aggressor at one table and to conduct negotiations with it. So how we can counteract the aggression? We need decisive actions, and we saw such decisive actions from our partner, from the USA. I would remind you the 18th February 2014, where the US destroyed one of the Wagner's troops in Syria. There was no reaction from Russia. They told us they were not there. So they changed their behavioral model. One more important lesson from the position of Ukrainian experience. And again, Mr. Matsuda-san mentioned the Black Sea. What the Ukrainian forces have done in the Black Sea, they destroyed the aggressor and then continue to do this. And the sea defense saved Ukraine from the occupation of all its south regions. Why it's important for the Asian region? The welfare that could be conducted in the Asian war theater. So there are a very important point that there are many sea countries in this region, and also China, because China is the most powerful country in the region, and not only in the region but globally. So indeed, here we have the experience where Ukraine by itself, so NATO was not engaged. The alliance was something like afraid of developments in Ukraine. But Ms. Alona Gitmanchuk mentioned that a coalition of decisive persons was being built there under Japan chairmanships. That's very important. What are the core lessons learned and unlearned in the context of the Russian war in Ukraine? So the Russian war in Ukraine is perceived as a war in Ukraine, somewhere in the eastern part, somewhere in Europe. The Baltic countries understood that the war in Ukraine is the war in Europe. They understood this for a long time. In France, they have reconsidered this situation, and on the presidential level in France, there is an adequate diagnosis. In Brussels, we also have a progress. So they're talking us that they're near the war. So, but this is a very important progress. Yes. This lasted 10 years, but we have a progress. It's better to have the progress later than never. it's important that the aggressor haven't learned its lessons. So it's important that the aggressor should be stopped by the aggressor should be stopped by hard measures. So in 2014 and 2015 there were sanctions from the European Union, from the USA. So there were many talks about negotiations, about about different rounds of negotiations. So if we could have been more decisive that time, we couldn't have had the situation in Ukraine in 2022. And talking about the South Asia direction, the developments in Europe and in the east part of Asia, they might seem not to be interconnected, but they are. If Russia will win in Ukraine, it means that it will win in Europe, and this is a great warning for China's expansionist plans in Asia. But China is great in its industrial power, in its economical power. And here they have many accomplishments. So compare its economic potential with the European one, with the economic potential of other countries. So we continue to feed the crocodile. So we made the same with Russia, and we received a crocodile. And the same we can say about China. So we should act decisively, and I would like to continue those historical parallels that Ms. Anna mentioned, and with which we started our forum. It's very important to act decisively. At that, we should go from rhetorical declarations to real actions. We should negotiate the cooperation to help Ukraine. And I'm talking about the commander of the Asaki flagship. It put us towards the demonstration of an iron will, not to allow the China's interventions in the South Asia. So thank you. Thank you for this historical background. We have 5 minutes to answer some comments or questions, but very shortly, because as moderator I was instructed to finish our session timely. If you have some comments, if our participants have some comments, you can raise your hand. If not, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Hidaki, because in the beginning...
So I was saying that if we have no comments or questions from the audience, I'll get back to you, since you said you had a very short intervention for being able to save couple of
Right.
more words at the end. So now you
Okay.
have
Thank
this
you.
chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe, yeah, since I was not sure how much time I have, I just gave rest of the speakers, to speak. So I just started from big picture about lesson, but at the same time, maybe let me mention two lessons probably we should really extract, and maybe the other lessons, one lesson is really the victory of Ukraine is global public goods. And international community really needs to support to achieve the global public goods. Again, at the beginning, Aliona, Ambassador Matsuda, I mean, everybody talk about, I think implication of this war as well as impact to, East Asia, and citing the Prime Minister Kishida's, I think, remarks about Ukraine today's, East Asia tomorrow. So, I mean, it's not really somebody's war very far. It's really the war for us, including Japanese, for tomorrow. So we have to be very well aware achieving the, victory as well as the peace and stability in Ukraine is really the global public goods. But the bitter reality is domestic politics really sets in, and in many countries that has become the hurdle of paying the price to achieve these global public goods. And in many countries, public and the people tends to look at the very short term, very domestic benefit, and without noticing the implication of this victory and peace. So in Ukraine, so that's really the struggle I think every country is doing. And another lesson I really want to mention is speed is very critical. Of course, maybe I'm not in a position to talk about the military support, but when it comes to our support to recovery and reconstruction, how we are going to deliver to the people of Ukraine, even in the middle of the war, in order to improve their livelihood, is very, very critical. So many people have fled from Ukraine, and when time goes, for those people, especially living overseas, are getting harder to come back because they will settle it. So, while war is ongoing, how we really going to deliver our support in a very quick manner and create an environment for, of course, to improve the livelihood of Ukrainian people living here. At the same time, incentivize those people, went overseas to come back. So really, I think speed is very critical. And I just mentioned about domestic sort of the opposition of paying the price for global public goods, and that's partly because of the bad lessons from last 2 decades of international community's engagement in warfare, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that, I would say, I think when we look at the success and failure, there are lots of failures. So that made many countries from engaging in a large-scale intervention and support to this type of recovery and reconstruction. But when we look at the history, I think the international community has achieved a success in recovery and reconstruction, especially right after the World War II in Europe as well as in Japan. And I sincerely believe Ukraine should be the next successful cases to demonstrate to the world. And so that, I think Ambassador Matsuda mentioned about investing in future. So right now, supporting Ukraine recovery and reconstruction is really the investing in the future. That's what I might believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Hideki. Hannah, you wanted to have a short comment as well.
So it's really important that Mr. Hideki mentioned our visit to Japan. So this was a very impressive visit a year ago during the Japanese presidency in G7. And thanks, Hideki, for organizing the visit to Hiroshima. And before, I also visited Fukushima. So I really in love in Japan with your experience of reconstruction. And I do remember this idea of Shinkansen victory train, because it took us 4 hours from Tokyo to Hiroshima, more than 800 kilometers, and from Kyiv to Simferopol, it's the same distance, more than 800 kilometers. And I think that 4 hours from Kyiv to Simferopol, I think this is what we deserve. Having the best Japanese technologies, maybe at that time this would be 3 hours or 2 hours. And I think it's really important to contribute to victory, but also to think about modern high technological futures in Ukraine, rich country with critical raw materials. And maybe one day I can take the same Shinkansen train, sitting in Kharkiv and moving to Mordovia, Bashkortostan, and traveling further. So who knows how our de-imperialization of Russia plans will go.
Thank you, Hanna, for reminding this. Mikhail.
Yes, very briefly. Concerning nuclear matters, what we need, not only we as Ukraine, but totally, we need strong sanctions against Rosatom. Because Rosatom, first of all, not for nuclear energy. Rosatom means, first of all, nuclear warheads. Because biggest division of Rosatom is not division for nuclear energy production, but for nuclear warhead. So I hope that, of course, not only Japan, but including Czech Republic, for example, will be avant-garde to push these sanctions against Rosatom. Thank you.
I turn to Gustav and Atsuko if they have a very short comment or they forget to mention something very important. I mean, this is the chance to do it. Just let me know if you would like to intervene.
Just the two-finger. The air defense proposal, that would be really crucial. Patriots are in short supply. Patriots are enormously critical for Ukraine, not only for the safety of cities, but also for the ability for Ukraine to have a war economy and to have a war defense economy. And if the delivery to Ukraine directly is controversial, at least as a first step, consider supplying Japanese Patriots to NATO countries that supply Patriots to Ukraine, because this kind of Ringtausch deal, if that is easier to match under current Japanese law, would also bring a result that Patriots are in Ukraine, which is something which is a life and death matter.
Thank you for this, Gustav. It's really important. Atsuko, do you have a short comment?
Yes, very, very briefly, in terms of the implication concerning the Eastern Asian countries, about the de-Russification and de-Chinization, if I may put it in this way. For the past 2 years, Japan's de-Russification didn't really proceed properly, even though Japan is still depending on 9% of its natural gas to Russia. So the new normal of Japan is that while we are dependent on Russian gas, we are putting Russia the sanctions. So I think this is a very kind of awkward situation indeed, but we unfortunately we really have to continue this sort of new normal for the time being. But when we think about the future, I think de-Chinization or de-risking, if I may use the word of the EU, it's very, very important that this is what Ukraine and Japan and the EU can do it together. So diversification is very, very important, just as many of you have already mentioned. And diversity for the sake of de-risking is something that we really need to elaborate from present to the future between and among Japan, Europe, and Ukraine.
I liked it very much, the Chinization. I mean, it sounds very, very interesting. So I have to conclude because I've been shown that the time is up, and I really would like to say that there are so many lessons which we heard today. I cannot repeat all of them again as a moderator, although I have this task. The only lesson I think I can sum up is that Ukraine has to win this war in order and has to prevail. And if this happens, then the other lessons, and when this happens, it means that we learned all the other lessons. And of course, I take the statement, what Gustav said last year at the forum, that the goal justifies the means. So if we have the goal that Ukraine wins, then we will find the means that this happens. So I would like to finish on this positive note our panel, and please join me in thanking all the speakers for this panel. Thank you, everyone, for speaking.
Dear colleagues, we should be disciplined. I hope that the rest of our participants will enter the hall and will participate in our discussions. By the way, I would like to represent you the start of the second part of our discussion. This panel is dedicated to the true force of security guarantees, and we will be trying to answer the question what mechanisms could help Ukraine and Japan to feel themselves secure. The first question is, what can Ukraine learn from Japan's bilateral security arrangements with the US? And the second question is the idea of global NATO becoming more relevant? The second panel's description is very important. So we will be discussing lessons learned and unlearned from different perspectives, I mean geographically, and we are going to questions how we can see in a long-term perspective the solution of the core question, how to recover and guarantee safety, first of all in our region, in Ukraine, around Ukraine, and how we can see from the previous speeches, it is about a larger geographical space. In all four forums, we were constantly discussing about the undivisionability of security, and in the face of Russian aggression, this has become the core point. This is something like conclusions to remind us of what we were talking today, and we could make an analysis of what we've discussed already, and we will be talking about fundamental solutions for security guarantees for Ukraine. And talking about these questions, we should discuss collective forms of security, and there is a full consensus in the Ukrainian society. This is about the full integration of Ukraine to NATO. In this interstage phase, Ukraine continues to look after interim models, how to guarantee security, and Ukraine goes this ambitious way to NATO, and we are trying to find balance between realism, between opportunities and the future opportunities. To remind you, maybe you haven't fixed the words of Mr. Joukva, the deputy head of the presidential office of Ukraine. He provided us with some kind of statistics. So security guarantees agreements from our partners have been concluded. The declaration framework has been signed in the NATO summit in the Lithuania last year, and it was signed by all countries. 32 countries added themselves to this declaration. With 7 countries, the respective agreements have been concluded. 5 J7 countries, among them, we are negotiating this question with Japan pretty actively, and what we are going to discuss in this panel, Japanese experiences in the field of security guarantees, Ukrainian experiences in the field of searching for security guarantees, how much, how far it is interesting for Tokyo. Maybe Tokyo has made some conclusions in this regards, and now I'm going to represent you, our panelists. First of all, I'm talking about Bonji Ohara. This is the Senior Research Fellow, Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Yuri Poita, Visiting Research Fellow, Taipei-based Institute for National Defense and Security Research. Mr. Michita Tsuroka, Associate Professor, Keio University. Alexei Melnik, Co-Director, Foreign Relations and International Security Programs, Razumkov Center. And Peter Dickinson, Ukraine Alert Editor, Atlantic Council. My first question goes on Mr. Ohara. And this is actually about the assessment from Japanese of security guarantees during this Russia and Ukraine war. Were these security guarantees reassessed by Japan recently? We heard that Tokyo isn't sure enough how these guarantees will work. Have you strengthened your so what guarantees do you consider the best from the Tokyo's perspective? We have 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I'm Bonji Ohara. I came back from the Seoul, South Korea, just now. So thank you very much for the New Europe Center for inviting me to the meaningful conference. I don't know how to say again here, but Japan still recognizes the best way to keep the peace and stability is deterrence. Deter the other countries from attempting change status quo by forces. But deterrence is a matter of perception. It is important to be able to convince those who would attempt to change the status quo by force that is not feasible. However, once we fail to deter our enemy and it start aggression, it is really difficult to stop it. And the only solution is victory, winning the war. Putin launched the invasion because he misunderstood or mistakenly believed that he could easily possess Ukraine into Russia. Failure to make Russia realize that it could not achieve its goal, that was not just a matter of Ukraine, but also because Putin was led to believe that the US and other NATO members would not intervene militarily. Putin's miscalculation was that the Western countries supported Ukraine such strongly, although they did not send troops in Ukraine. In the first place, the Western countries could support Ukraine because Ukraine itself continued to block Russian aggression with its strong will and military power, military capability. It shows us that we must have strong will and military capability to defend the country. It is the condition to get support from our allies and like-minded countries. It is difficult to stop a war once it has begun. As I said, the leaders of the authoritarian countries or the autocracies are unable to admit their own mistakes, and they will not withdraw until the end, no matter how painful it may be. A leader of each autocracy believes that he must be number one in the world. He must be the strongest and the smartest in the world. And therefore, once the war has begun, there is no choice but to win it. It is really difficult to make kind of leaders to compromise. Even if we lose some battles, but it can be said that we win the war if we can prevent the enemy from achieving its goal and cause it to decline. No matter how long it takes, territory must be regained in this process. Winning the war by one country is also very difficult and takes time to win. An alliance that can sustain cooperation until victory is achieved is also extremely strong. However, it is difficult to maintain a powerful and reliable alliance. And it is also the Japanese experience. And it is even more difficult for the alliance to continue to provide strong support for the victory of an invaded friend countries or ally. Even so, I saw the situation of that the many people mourning Mr. Warianui. It shows us that there are many people in the world to oppose Putin's war in Ukraine. However, sympathy is quite not enough, but readiness to share in the hardship is required. The question is how to make each country have or keep such mentality. We've already seen the something skeptical situation in the U.S. presidential election. And Japan, as you know, the Japan keeps the U.S.-Japan alliance, but it was not such easy. Japan keeps the alliance with the United States, but not automatically. Japan always tried to show its will and capability to the United States. And at first, the 1970s, 80s, the JMSDF, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, tried to show its capability to the United States and try to make the U.S. Navy to recognize the Japan can be the partner of the United States. And Japan can conduct the military operation with the United States. Japan also has the unique status for the United States. It is the U.S. bases in Japanese territory. U.S. forces in Japan or the troops in the Indo-Pacific Command using the bases in Japan does not exist only for the defense of Japan. U.S. need to send troops in the forward, but if the United States lose the bases in Japan, the U.S. Troops cannot use its own or the alliance bases from Hawaii to the Diego Garcia. Of course, now the U.S. is trying to regain the cooperation with the Philippines. But those kind of the unique status of Japan makes the United States to recognize Japan is indispensable. But on the other hand, the sense of crisis can be the strong motivation, but it depends on the geographic condition or the distance. NATO keeps supporting Ukraine strongly, but a part of the US people, include the congressman and Japanese society, do not share the such strong sense of crisis with people who are living in Europe. We need more pragmatic thinking. It means we need to consider what kind of benefit to the other countries, other regions can get if the countries support Ukraine or the support Japan. It is important to be recognized that the indispensable by the rest of the world. As I said, the U.S. recognized Japan or the U.S.-Japan alliance indispensable for the security of the United States. So the one of the issue is the military domain. In the military domain, makes the United States and Japan to what I say, Ukraine is indispensable, or the cooperate making Ukraine keep existing as Ukraine is indispensable. It is the important. So we've already discussed in the session before in the military means, also the economically and also the geopolitically. And one of the solution is the, of course, regain the control of the Black Sea and makes the other regions, countries to recognize the Ukraine. They need Ukraine to export the grains and keep the food securities. And also the Ukraine is necessary to block the Russia from taking the challenging the aggression to the other democratic countries. So we need to discuss pragmatically, but we need to find out the effective means to make
Пане
other
Охара,
countries to
дуже вам
recognize
дякую. Я
the Ukraine
перепрошую, що вас
as important. Thank you
перебиваю.
very much.
Дякую, власне.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for this resume that you made. Actually, yes, it is our task to find out these long-term security guarantees. Now I'd like to give the floor to Yuri Poita, who is going to give us another perspective, the Taiwan-Ukrainian perspective. That's a bit different experience, a bit different security model, because in the case with Japan and South Korea, we're talking about more clear obligations of the United States with the US bases present. As for Taiwan, we're now mostly talking about the concept of strategic uncertainty. And when we've been discussing the last statements by Macron, pretty decisive ones, we actually viewed them in the context of strategic uncertainty. So coming back to Taiwan, Yuri, what is happening? How do they follow the situation? How do they perceive the changes in the security guarantees in Taiwan? And how secure does Taiwan feel now than 2 years ago, when there was a focus that after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, China is going to immediately start a blitzkrieg against Taiwan? And meanwhile, I would also like to digress a bit analytically and to say that Yuri Poita actually participated in our big analytical document titled Formula of Security NATO Plus, and where actually he analyzes the Taiwan model. I really recommend you to read it. Just as well, I also recommend our materials which are dedicated to the Japanese case and the security model of Japan and its benefits for Ukraine. We had an article by Ohara actually in 2021. So Yuri, We are waiting for your updates. What's happening around Taiwan, and how do they treat the security context around Taiwan in Ukraine? What is the internet connection? Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я хочу
Good day, dear colleagues. I would like to thank you to the New Europe Center for such an introduction. What goes on about Taiwan? This is not only about what the Taiwan people are talking about. We have many discussions with experts from different countries. In Europe, in Asia, in the United States, because Taiwan is the core issue for the global security. Many discussions are going on, but not only on security guarantees, as Mr. Sergei said, but more on containment issues, how to restrain the enemy. And the restraint policy against Russia has failed, and Taiwan and other countries have to analyze what happened to improve restraint models, especially against China. So there is a Taiwan Relation Act, and it should the current mechanisms should be strengthened and improved in terms of economic security and other types of security. I would like to point out right now that there is a concern that the restraint system can be not functional, especially against China, and this can provide many problems in the future. So this why the situation with China is worsening. China is building up its military capacity, and it will be ready to use them in one or another scenario. The second reason is that China is trying to consolidate its partners around it without announcing a formal alliance. And it intensifies security and defense, military and economic relations with these partners. Also, we can observe indicators that China can think that the nuclear blackmail against other countries can be effective, and China can be sure that the USA is not going to fight on the side of the affected countries. China sees that reliable instruments to punish the aggressor hasn't been used, so that it could reduce its ambitions. And China considers, and we have some points to state this, so European countries have to worry about public opinions and their economies, and China is trying to make its economical impact to change the public opinion and governmental policies. In terms of Taiwan, the situation is such that the situation is worsening for small countries, and global players can lack resources to help to assist these countries. And Mr. Bonjahara said very good that global players can change their attitudes, and it's going to be very complicated to maintain these security guarantees. and how to secure our own security. First of all, you should diversify your connections. For Taiwan, the US is the core security partner, but they are elaborating their Plan B to maintain relations in the field of defense with other countries, to build an additional alliance network with other partners. Secondly, you should be you should be self-sufficient in the field of security. That's very important. In Taiwan, there were many experts discussing military issues, supply chain issues, and also other issues, and there were some military war scenarios considered, and how we can prepare to counteract against missile strikes and other strikes. So there was a conclusion that the US role is somehow restricted, and Taiwan should consider how they will prepare their medical capacities, their blood storages, how they can create their own Starlink systems that can ensure a proper functionality of the financial sector. And there are calculations how they will evacuate foreign people and local populations in the beginning of war. Guarantees are very important, but there is a conclusion that they will be more effective if self-sufficient will be ensured. And I'm referring to Mr. Bonji Ohara. He said that guarantees can work better if the US can see willingness and capability and opportunities to help the US. And probably to summarize, I would like to say that if we can make our self-sufficient better, if our partners can help us to do this, and if Ukraine is going to make steps in this field, so the guarantees can be much stronger. Thank you very much. And so this was Mr. Yuri Poita, visiting research fellow, Taipei-based Institute for National Defense and Security Research. Now I'm giving the floor to Michuta Tsuroka, Associate Professor, Keio University. The question is pretty much similar as to Yuri Poita. Do you follow how these agreements with Ukraine are being signed? So what is it worth to be considered from the agreements signed already? What is unique there? What can be important there for the specific Ukraine-Japan agreement in this field, so that these security guarantees can be comprehensive and reliable? What is your vision? What can Ukraine security cooperation from security agreements between Japan and the US? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I very much look for this conversation. The security guarantee and the security commitment and the G7 document that was signed last on occasion of the NATO summit in Vilnius. Japan was very much proud to be holding the G7 presidency at the time, and Japan has been very much in this process. And I understand that the Japan and Ukraine are now negotiating a the bilateral document between the two countries. And there is a certain level of interest in Japan in various the bilateral agreement that Ukraine has already signed with a series of European countries and Canada. And when it comes to Japan, one of the sort of hurdles and limits is that when you talk about security guarantees or security commitment, then that is very much linked to Ukraine's bid to become a NATO member. So and also about interoperability as well. The series of the security cooperation agreements with various NATO countries talk a lot about the idea of improving interoperability with NATO countries. So the security guarantee, security commitment is very much tied and linked to NATO membership, and also the interoperability is also very much about NATO. So that means that there is an inherent limit that Japan could do in this regard. So that is something that I needed to emphasize, despite the fact that there are still various things that Japan could do. Of course, in terms of economic reconstruction and other things, that Japan has been playing a very big role. But when it comes to concrete things about security guarantee, security commitment, then we need to understand that the role that Japan could play is inherently limited because of the fact that the Ukraine strategic objective is to join NATO. And Japan is, of course, not. Japan cannot do anything in this regard. But the people, the one thing that I wanted to add is that people often argue that as long as you fix your borders, you cannot join NATO. So yes, in some sense that's true, but it's not wholly correct. So in that sense, I very much your report, last December report on NATO Plus, the security formula report that you introduced a few minutes ago. You examine the case of West Germany's integration into NATO, the NATO membership in 1955, and that at that time still. The West Germany was sort of claiming the whole of Germany. So that was a sort of a interesting example. But from a Japanese perspective, what is more relevant seems to be the Japan's the security treaty with the US. And first, it was signed in 1951, and a new version of the treaty was signed in 1960. And at that time, both in 1952 and 1960, there was no agreement with the Soviet Union. So there was no official end to the war. So toward the very end of the Second World War, so Russia invaded Japan, and since after the war, of course, the hostilities and use of force, of course, ended. But on the occasion, at the time of Japan signing the old version of security and also new version of the security treaty with the United States, at that time still, Japan didn't have any agreement with the Soviet Union. And in a sense, that before the official end to the war, we signed security treaty with the United States. So that is a quite interesting aspect. And and up until today, the northern territories are occupied by Russia. And so Japan, of course, claims those islands in the northern territories, but at the same time, the US-Japan security treaty doesn't apply to those areas. And the Article 6 of Article 5 of the US-Japan Security Treaty talks about the geographical area of the application of the treaty, which says that the treaty applies to the territory under the administration of Japan. So this is quite a creative sort of a terminology. So the North Atlantic Treaty only says about territory and the parties, but in light of the fact that some part of Japan are under the administration of other countries, that the treaty needed to use the term that the treaty applies to the territory under the administration of Japan. So and also this is not only about Russia and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, but it's also about South Korea as well, because the Takeshima is under the control of the Republic of Korea. So the Japanese government, of course, claims that the Takeshima is part of Japan, but still we have the alliance with the United States, security treaty with the United States, and but unfortunately that treaty, of course, doesn't apply to Takeshima as well, in addition to the northern territories. And so the treaty applies to the territory under the administration of Japan. So this sort of formula, I think, might be potentially relevant to the case of Ukraine. So I very much enjoyed reading your report on NATO Plus. This is a sort of something that I wanted to add to your list of cases. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякуємо. Дякуємо.
Thanks a lot, and also thanks for the positive feedback on our analytical work. And it's also great to hear that your estimates mainly match our conclusions. Especially, I would like to thank you for adding something to our examples and to our arguments, using the Japanese experience and using Article 5 of the treaty, security guarantees between the US and Japan. It was very interesting and useful. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Alexei Melnik, who is co-director of Foreign Relations and International Security Programs in Razumkov Center. There were lots of ideas spoken out here, but for now we have just heard the prospects from the Asian region. And maybe you have your own opinions about Japanese or maybe Taiwanese experience, how it could be useful for Ukraine. The security agreements that are now being signed by Ukraine, do they actually distance us or bring us closer to our long-term guarantees of the security? And also, maybe you could talk about your expectations, what Ukraine could count on at the next NATO summit in Washington, D.C. I understand that our general ambition is probably not achievable. It doesn't mean that we're going to refuse from it. I'll have to start from the invitation and start of accession process, but still you might have a vision how we could achieve our minimum or our maximum task during this summit. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Сергію.
Thank you, Mr. Sergei. Cherkal said somehow that he hated old Greek and Roman people because all clever thoughts that he received in his life had been told previously by wise Greek and Rome people. So there are some theses that I wrote down here for me. I've explained them previously, but they are great to repeat them again. You should the collective security system is the best security model. We've seen this on the examples of Finland and Sweden. And we saw how they can, on the basis of its resources and diplomatic instruments, can guarantee their security without entering any military and political blocks. So the Finnish and the Sweden experiences should put a point in these discussions if there will be efforts to renew these discussions in Ukraine. Secondly, this is also a postulate that the most powerful today is the North Atlantic Alliance. There are some nuances here. If we can go deep into the Article 5 of the agreement, there is some space for interpretation. And in the end of the Article 5, we can find that each country can take measures that are considered to be reasonable. And this is this couldn't be interpreted as a 100% guarantee that your allies will support you in any situations with your security problems. It was justly emphasized as the main aim of security guarantees is to restrain war. It's very complicated to stop the war after its outbreak. It's better to prevent wars. We can hear often that Putin can stop the war, but he is also not able to do this. All international security organizations or all alliances are tested by life, how they can show themselves. And the trust to the structures will depend on this, how they will function as restraining instruments. 2008 2014 have undermined the trust to these structures, and there are also no direct obligations from NATO and EU, and it's high time for these organizations to show their reliability and also their sustainability for direct interventions in conflicts, and to reflect mutual experience between Ukraine and Japan, analyzing Japanese experiences. So all experiences should be considered in geographical and historical contents. So I would like to have so much water between Ukraine and Russia as it is between Russia and Japan. But this is a joke, and the history of the development of bilateral agreements between Japan and the US. There are really some examples that we should analyze patiently, and there are also non-relevant items. Indeed, the USA are considered as a key player, as key security guarantee factor. And what we are worrying about in the next 10 months, this is one more lesson for us, that if we are talking about long-term alliances and organizations, there are no alliances for forever, for all times. So we should ensure this complex of internal and external tools to increase your chances that you shouldn't counteract aggressions, and if it happens, this will be easier to do. And speaking about the usefulness of the relationships between Japan and the USA, this is the presence of the United States on the country's territory. The military presence is very reliable on ground. And Ukraine could be interesting for the USA despite of political interests. I don't know how is it cost to maintain military bases, so they don't cover all budget budget costs for the US budget. And security guarantees are not written forever. There will be times where then don't function anymore, and so security guarantees is a process, and alliances need time, and guarantees is a complex of internal and external measures. First of all, these are military capacities, diplomatic tools, cultural efforts, information policies. They're getting more relevant, and this should be a foundation for bilateral and multilateral agreements, and there are some issues that cannot be settled down by agreements. These are mutual interests that cannot be formed automatically. And the last thing about the NATO prospects of Ukraine, these prospects in Ukraine are better than in Japan if the Washington Agreement won't be changed. So I mean the geographical factor of what we should do in terms of the example of Sweden and Finland. So when we will have this window of opportunity, this shouldn't be a question of Ukraine's readiness to enter the NATO structures. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexei. I would like to invite Mr. Peter Dickinson. Your assessment, your vision. What are the most effective steps to achieve true security guarantees for Ukraine? How far is Ukraine to receive these security guarantees? How you can see them? Your observations overall, what you can add to those things that have been told already?
We want to get a good idea of Ukraine's long-term security guarantee perspectives. It's important, first of all, to understand what the threat to Ukraine's security is, the nature of the threat. Obviously, the Russian invasion has been the leading news story for the last 2 years, but actually this is a much longer story. And it's clear, I think, at this point that the threat to Ukraine's existence as a state is existential. The war began in 2014 with the invasion of Crimea, but you could make a good argument for saying it actually began in 2004 with the Orange Revolution. Since 2004, the subjugation of Ukraine has been Russia's foreign policy priority and Vladimir Putin's obsession, increasingly so. And with each stage of escalation, as Russia has seen Ukraine slipping out of its sphere of influence and moving towards a European model, moving towards a stronger democracy, Russia has escalated its aggression to the point where we now have Putin himself and Russian leaders very openly saying that they will end Ukrainian independence, that they will. I think it was very telling that Putin used his rather high-profile interview with Tucker Carlson recently not to make the case about NATO expansion or his other previous arguments, but to spend most of his time speaking in great detail about the historical arguments of why Russia deserves to take over Ukraine, why Ukraine is not a legitimate state. I think that speaks volumes. These arguments have been heard many times before by those of us here, of course, but for international audiences, that was quite a departure from the usual Russian narrative, and it speaks volumes about how far Russia has come in terms of the openness of its intentions. So Ukraine faces a long-term threat that will continue even after victory in the current war or the end of hostilities. Now, the short answer of how to achieve the security guarantees Ukraine needs, of course, is NATO membership. That's been the case for many years. That's been understood for many years here. But there are a number of issues with that I think have arisen over the last 2 years, or been reinforced, let's say, over the last 2 years. One is, of course, the reluctance of many in the West to take on the burden, as they see it, of Ukraine's security, the risk to their security. We've seen over the last 2 years that many in the West have a very low risk threshold. They are very concerned about this constant mantra we hear all the time about escalation, the fear of escalation, the fear of provoking Putin, the idea that any form of weapons to Ukraine will provoke some sort of an escalation from the Russian side, and the reluctance to do that. I think this is why we see Russia using its nuclear intimidation, blackmail tactics so frequently, because Russia understands very well that the West has this low threshold. The West is very afraid of risk. And this translates into a great reluctance to embrace Ukraine on the NATO level. Again, we've seen a lot of very enthusiastic statements or very positive, broad statements from NATO, but very few concrete steps towards bringing Ukraine close to membership. So that's a major issue we have to be realistic about. And then the other issue, which is perhaps more recently, and my colleagues have already touched upon this, is what we've seen recently from America in terms of the hesitancy, the political speculation in America about NATO, about support for Ukraine, and in a broad sense about NATO. We all heard Trump's comments about abandoning NATO countries to Russia, to say let Russia do what the hell it wants if these NATO countries don't meet these fairly nominal standards in terms of their investment in defence. Now that is an absolutely stunning development for the whole international security environment. For a long time it's been assumed that yes, of course we have these standards within NATO, but the idea of Article 5 being sacrosanct is absolutely fundamental to international security. Donald Trump has very openly put that on the table and said, no, it's not guaranteed. There are no guarantees. So a lot of people now in Europe are starting to even ask, is NATO membership enough? Is that a guarantee? Is that as watertight a guarantee as we always assumed it was? So these are two key issues, I think, for Ukraine. One, the idea of reluctance to bring Ukraine into NATO, and two, the idea is NATO membership actually as solid a guarantee as we've always assumed it to be. So where does that leave Ukraine now? I think realistically, NATO membership remains the long-term objective for Ukraine. It is, I think, in the long-term perspective, a realistic objective, and it has to remain the most attractive or the most logical objective, most logical strategic target for the country's security policy. But it's not going to be a fast process in the best case scenario. And even if it is achieved, it doesn't necessarily bring the level of security that Ukraine needs, given the scale of the threat and the long-term nature of the threat from Russia. So I think we need to look at other ways of supporting Ukraine's security. The bilateral agreements that have been signed in the last few months are encouraging. None of them are alliances in the traditional sense. None of them are guarantees in a traditional sense or military pacts, but they all offer a solid basis for intense cooperation. I think we need to look pragmatically at the issue and think about what Ukraine's partners can do. We all know what they should do. We all know they should do everything. They should give Ukraine all the weapons possible. They should give Ukraine a membership perspective for NATO. They should arguably deploy their own troops here. These are things that many people here, I'm sure, would agree that they should be doing. But let's look at what they can do and what they realistically will do. I think the most interesting direction in that sense is joint cooperation in the production, in the arms manufacturing and the weapons industries. We've already seen in recent months news of plans for various different European arms manufacturers to open up plants in Ukraine. The Germans are coming in with a number of interesting projects. We have Turkey's Bayraktar plant under production. The British are coming in with a number of very interesting projects. I know that Americans as well, Boeing and other major companies are looking to expand here with R&D potential, but also with manufacturing. This is a very interesting direction because it obviously gives Ukraine the potential to become a much stronger country and a much more self-sufficient country in terms of security. And it's also attractive to the partner countries and the partner companies themselves. They have a self-interest here. They're going to make money. Ukraine is a frontline country where they are able to actually test their weapons and showcase their weapons. Anyone in the security industry you talk to now says, if you're not in Ukraine, you're not in the game. You're nowhere. If you want to be in the defense industry today, you have to be able to say, well, yeah, we're in Ukraine, we're here, there, and this is the results we have, this is what we do, because this is the most dynamic and the biggest military stage the world has seen, arguably since World War II, certainly probably since the Korean War, in terms of the technologies we're seeing and in terms of the peer-to-peer top-level military conflict that's ongoing. So I think Ukraine's short to medium-term security perspective can be summed up in the bumper sticker, the car sticker that you see in America and has been around for many years, which says on the back of a Jeep, which says insured by Smith & Wesson. This vehicle is insured by the gun I'm carrying. That's the most realistic insurance policy or security guarantee that Ukraine can have in the short to medium term. And I think it's a plausible one because Ukraine has the military skill, they have the industrial skill, they have the technology, they have the know-how, they have the innovation, they have virtually all of the skill set, and they've proven themselves. And they have a very attractive sell as a partner. And this will be, and the governments involved will be very, very much in favour of supporting these growing cooperations, these growing strategic partnerships. So I think that is a key area that hopefully the Ukrainian government will support and that the Ukrainian business community will support, which offers probably the best perspectives in the short to medium term. Again, long term, yes, NATO membership for sure, strengthen bilateral partnerships, but I think an absolutely vital element of this is this joint production.
Дуже дякую, Пітере.
Thanks a lot, Peter. And now we'll be starting our session of Q&A. And are there any questions from the room, colleagues?
I would like to ask several questions from my side. I will ask them vice versa. Mr. Dickinson, my first question goes on you. So the NATO Plus agreement, we've discussed the Taiwan, German, and other experiences. Our first conclusion was that all the most discussed defense model are bound on the USA. And the USA is the most important factor of the successfulness of these models. I was interested during the first panel, how are these security guarantees reassessed? So those countries who receive these security guarantees, are they feeling better? Are they feeling more secure? And the overall conclusion is that there is more skepsis, there is more doubtfulness about security guarantees. There are more of this doubtfulness, even compared with the situation 2 years ago. So how we can improve this security guarantee so that they can really restrain those aggressions that we are having now?
Абсолютно. І тут дуже цікаво, наскільки от в Сполучених
Absolutely, and this is very interesting how it is understood in the United States themselves, so that the assistance for Ukraine is postponed. This acts against Ukraine.
Level even at the broader level in America, that the current situation in the American Congress, the bloc, and essentially the position of Donald Trump is very, very dangerous for international security, for America's position in the world, and for the concept of deterrence. This is, and I think we are seeing the ripple effect of that all over, certainly in Europe. I mean, look at Emmanuel Macron. Look at the transformation of Emmanuel Macron over the last few months. That's a direct consequence. Anyone who saw his speech last night, that was a very different Emmanuel Macron to the man that we saw it even 6 months ago or a year ago, and that's a direct consequence of them saying, "Oh my God, we can't rely on America. We genuinely cannot rely on America." Now, I think that this can, we hopefully in a few months the situation will look very different, but there's no guarantee it will. I think that people, when the first delays began in America in the autumn, I think September, we first had the first delays. People expected it. Okay, there's going to be some political games, but it will be resolved. Now, I think there's a lot of people, and certainly I'm one of them, who are not sure we're going to see any breakthrough until the elections in November. I don't say that there's no guarantees here, but it's not ruled out now that America might really be just giving some emergency support through till November if they can't break this deadlock in Congress. Now, the implications are grave, extremely grave, and they do understand this in America, but the political situation is such there, and the position of Donald Trump is so specific in relation to the Republican Party, his candidacy, his position on international relations, and his relationship with Russia, frankly, that we really don't know at this stage. So yes, it's very damaging, it's very dangerous for deterrence, but I'm not sure we're going to see a short-term solution.
Дякую, Пітере. Попри те, що доволі песимістичні прогнози,
Despite of pessimistic forecasts, but we have such a reality. To continue this topic, is the EU ready to continue running towards European autonomy? Maybe the US behavior is a trigger for European populations to maintain their own security, to assist Ukraine in these questions. What do you expect from a new discussion between the European countries, how they can provide new ideas to support Ukraine? The negotiations are being conducted right now. And what are your expectations and your forecast? If shortly, today I'm much more sure in the capability of Europe to overtake more responsibilities. We should be grateful to Mr. Trump for those things, for those declarations that he is doing right now, because this was a cold shower that was a necessary blow to start moving in the necessary direction, and my positive expectations. And this is about my positive expectations. And 6 months ago, there was a number of declarations from European experts they told that the assault from Russia was pretty realistic. And now there is a critical point where Europe should decide whether they will take the option to restrain, to prevent this aggression through the support to Ukraine and through the destruction of this threat. Or they are in panic that Ukraine don't have any chances to win, and they will begin to invest in their own defense on the basis of the assistance that should go to Ukraine. This is a positive evolution, but there are some fluctuations. And what I would like to say more about the efficiency of those guarantees that we are receiving right now on the basis of bilateral agreements. So the formalization is very important. Gustav said us about political barriers and the management. The formalization allows to liquidate these political barriers. It's very important to formalize this. If we could have formalized this earlier, the price for this could have been lower. It's a pity, but our time is running out. But I would like to ask other panelists to provide their closing remarks. Maybe we have questions from the audience. Recently, we had an expert survey among experts from the US, from Europe, from Ukraine. What could be a game change to make the Ukraine's win closer? This is a mutual question for all of you. 30 to 60 seconds per answer, please.
Actually, here in Taiwan, they're actually discussing, reacting what could be the game changer, but they're mostly asking the Ukrainian party then produce their own ideas, because they also don't know. And presently, we haven't found the answer. What could change the situation? And the main idea they're leaning towards is that it's quite possibly could be AI. And Taiwan is one of the countries which is a leader in AI developments as well as semiconductors, and they believe that they are now getting closer to the so-called new industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution, and this revolution is going to happen in Taiwan. Maybe AI could become that breakthrough. Okay, that's an interesting opinion. Thanks, Yuri. Mr. Soroka, your vision, what could be a game changer for bringing the failure of Russia and the victory of Ukraine closer?
So are you asking me? And Japanese government recognized the unique geopolitical status, as I mentioned, is not enough to convince the United States. And as my understanding, Dr. Yuri Poita gave us the explain the situation of Taiwan. Yet Taiwanese government also recognized the so-called silicon shield is not enough to convince the United States. So we are trying to find out the other issues to convince the United States. One is the geographical position of the Japan and Taiwan. Japan, Taiwan, Philippines can contain the Chinese submarine operation. And Japan also decided to develop the fighter jet with the UK and Italy. Try to make the European countries to recognize Japan is indispensable. And if the UK and Italy or other European countries support Japan to convince the United States with Japan, then it must be more effective than the Japan alone try to convince the United States. So the joint development, the weapon, is the one of the important means now the Japanese government recognize. Thank you very much.
And the last remark, the final remark about the vision, the game changer.
So of course the drones, AI, and other technologies are important, but at the same time, they cannot substitute firepower. So that's one of the lessons that we have learned. So that is why weapons and ammunition production capability is the key. So there's no game changer, but still, we need to do what we know that we need to do. So that is particularly about the increasing weapons and ammunition production capability. So maybe that sounds a bit too classic, but still, that's I think one of the lessons that we have learned. Thank you very much.
Звучить дуже.
No, actually, it sounds very relevant. So, thank you for your recommendation. Thank you for your vision. And colleagues, we are grateful for the deep discussion, in-depth discussion of the security guarantees. And I would also like to clarify, as we are lagging behind a bit with the previous panels, the following panel is going to happen without any break, so that we could make up for the lost time. And also, I would like to invite the speakers of the following panel to take our places. And now I would also like the audience not to leave the hall, because our next discussion is going to start right now. Thanks a lot.
Розпочинаємо третю панель.
So we're starting the following panel. I'm going to be the moderator. I'm the journalist of Ukraine Forum. My name is Takashi Hirano. The topic of our panel is from special to really special: how to upgrade Ukraine-Japan partnership according to new status of relations. The thing is that, we know that Prime Minister Mr. Kushida visited Ukraine last year, and at the time, he and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky agreed to improve the status of our bilateral relations, move it to the special global partnership. But we don't know what this status actually means. And we have to remind you that in 2011, Japan and Ukraine decided to call our bilateral cooperation a global partnership. During approximately 13 years, we understood the point of this partnership. Most probably it wasn't simple, but also we should remind you that Japan has a lot of strategic partners in this region, like, for example, Poland since 2015, Lithuania since 2022, Italy since 2023, and so on. But if we look at Indo-Pacific region, there are lots of strategic partnerships with other countries, like Australia, Southeastern Asia countries, and others. And here it is very symbolic and very interesting to have the title of the partnership with India. Special Strategic and Global Partnership, it is called. That is, I can tell you that cooperation between Japan and Ukraine has acquired a more special status. Last year there was significant increase, but it looks like it hasn't received any strategic significance. In my opinion, it means that they intentionally leave the space for maneuver which we still have to for the way which still have to cover to call ourselves a strategic partnership. In my opinion, for more trust in Ukraine, Japan wants to see successful result of some reforms like judicial reform, but of course not just that. That is why today we are going to discuss what kind of steps and changes have been made and which efforts still have to be invested to deepen our partnership to really special, something that would have strategic significance for both countries. And also quite possibly we are going to discuss the role of Japan in Ukraine's restoration, because a successful implementation is also going to influence our bilateral relations. Today's speakers are Olena Galushka, co-founder of International Center for Ukraine's Victory, member of board of Anti-Corruption Action Center; Daisuke Kitade, who is a senior analyst of Mitsui & Company Global Strategy Studies Institute; Natalia Butyrska, visiting senior fellow in New Europe Center; and Yulia Dzapko, a junior associate professor in Ibaraki Christian University. So we're starting. Most probably it would be correct to start from Olena about the role of Japan in Ukraine's restoration, because I know that your latest activities is Make Russia Pay, and it concerns this issue specifically, as far as I understand. On the other hand, maybe we all understand why using Russian property in different countries is necessary, because, I mean, the need is huge, and we do need fairness and justice in this race. On the other hand, the discussion around this issue has lasted much too long, and probably this tells us about the complexity in achieving a consensus. Could you please tell us, Olena, about your opinion? What is the role that Japan can play to reconstruct Ukraine in the most efficient way possible?
Thank you very much, Mr. Takashi. First of all, I would like to say thank to our New Europe Center partners that you're investing into the development of relations between Ukraine and Japan, and actually this is an honor and a happiness for us to work with you in this direction, because we had a visit to Japan, as Ms. Hanako mentioned, in this January in the previous last year. There was a very interesting human dimension. We saw solidarity, we saw a wish to help us, but we saw also the strategical level. There were not so many people that should be proved that Ukraine should be supported and should win in this war, and why it should be a strategical meaning globally, especially for the Indo-Pacific region. And the specific role of Japan, I would like to point out in the last several months, because with my colleagues I'm working on the Plan B for Ukraine to sustain a long-term support for Ukraine that won't be dependent on internal political process in our partners. We can see that a package of Ukraine assistance cannot be adopted in the US Congress, and there are difficulties in Europe, and we can recognize our friends in need, and now we have such a moment, and we are asking Japan to involve into a group of countries that support seizing of assets. So we have the United States, Canada, and Great Britain that are supporting this idea, and the European countries and Japan are pretty much skeptical about this. In our point, this is a very important step because we have an overall consent, and there is an agreement between European countries that this essence won't be returned to Russia before the payment of reparations. And it's very important to help protect Ukrainians' lives that are dying right now. We should ensure financial costs. We need these fundings. Despite of the previous year's situation, we hadn't such a deep need to make these costs free and to make them accessible for Ukraine. We know that our partners have a number of cautions. If it is lawful to seizure assets, they are protected by sovereign immunity. But a group of international lawyers, among them the professor Shotaro Hamamoto from the Kyoto University, he and other international lawyers from the US and European countries have elaborated a memorandum, a short version, that this seizure will be lawful, a lawful measure to respond the Russian aggression, because to freeze Russian assets was a countermeasure against Russia in the beginning of war. But now it's not enough, because after 2 years of the large-scale war, we suffered many billions damage from Russia. We should stop the aggression, and we should force the aggressor to respect the mutually agreed regulations. And now we should make our countermeasures more harder. And economical issues. We are hearing pretty much about de-dollarization of the international financial system. Japan might have some concerns whether the third countries won't take their reserves from yen and transfer them into their currencies. There are many countries that that save their reserves in Japan, and after this seizure, has been done by the European countries and the US. So all these Western currencies cover over 90% of the global market, and the Chinese yuan, so it is not based on the international requirements. And after February 2022, there were not so much investments into China. Many investments went back from China instead. In political sense, we understand, we hear from our partners that if the Western countries can conduct this seizure, this can create a gap between these countries and the countries from global regions, from Africa, Asia, and so on. They will be afraid of seizuring their assets in some respective cases. That's not true. Russia violated standards, and this is not a minimum violation of international standards. So there was a memorandum. Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapon, the third powerful arsenal in the world, and there were children deportations initiated by Russia, and we worry about the latest news from the International Criminal Court. We are excited about the new head of this court. So she provided an arrest warrant against Putin, and recently we had an arrest warrant against two high-positioned commanders in the Russian army, and ICC suspect Russian people in Russia is charged against humanity crimes and against the occupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And businesses of our international partners are very important here because they can lose assets. We conducted a research, and we see that Kremlin is acting actively against assets of foreign companies. So they're actually seizuring assets, but they make this in a hidden way to make it more complicated for companies to go to ICC. All companies should understand that this is not because of a potential seizure of their assets by Western countries. This is about the situation in Russia, and this poses risks for their assets. So we are proposed to international businesses. So we invite Japanese businesses to invest into Ukraine, into restoration of Ukraine after the war. So we are optimistic pretty much in this way. Now we have two very important tools. The EU accession of Ukraine. We should fight corruption, and we should build up our court capacities, and we have advocacy tools for these reforms. And the second tool is our financial instruments from the European Union and from other financial institutions. So we should raise in the corruption index by 3 points, and that's a very important step in our European integration.
Thanks a lot, Elena. I would like to ask you about the business. I'm going to ask Daisuke because he's a representative of a huge Japanese company, which is not on the Russian market. We have already touched upon an economic issue, and for many years you have been working in the research center of a Japanese company, Mitsui, and most probably you know that actually when you talk and think about the future role of Japan is actually the important tendencies of Japanese companies that we're not noticing yet. And if we may notice it in the official statements of the Japanese government, but sometimes they do not mention very important things in those texts. And again, with regard to the speech by Olena, from your side, probably you can say a lot of things. So could you please share your opinion? So that we have those right landmarks about the trends in Japanese business. Thanks a lot, Hirano-san. It's interesting and great when two Japanese people speak Ukrainian among themselves. It is only possible at our forum, Ukraine-Japan. That is why I thank the organizers, the New Europe Center, for the invitation to the 4th traditional forum. And in the beginning, first, let me to briefly answer those questions. What is the role that Japan plays in the reconstruction of Ukraine? As you know, Japan is the only country that renovated itself repeatedly after the war or after the earthquake. And I'm convinced that everybody remembers very well what happened in 2011 in Japan. There was a Fukushima accident, there was an earthquake in the north of the country, and even after that we managed to restore ourselves. Nobody has experience like that, so I hope that Japan, it has to play a natural role in the process of Ukrainian reconstruction. A lot has been said and written about the conference that we had in Tokyo on the 19th of February. It is a conference on reconstruction of Ukraine. So allow me to very briefly tell you what were the specific results achieved, and then I'm going to tell you my conclusions, what should be done to accelerate this movement forward. Well, so the results, there are 3 things. First of all, that would be the financial instruments for the development of business, for project implementation in Ukraine. For example, as in our room today we have a JICA representative, Mr. Matsunaga, I'm going to quote that there is an agreement about providing Ukraine with the grant in the amount of 15.8 billion yen for quick restoration of Ukraine. This is a grant that is, as they say, it is free of charge. So there are also laws, there is insurance, and for secondly, it is also about the measures to activate the efforts. First of all, it's about to simplify or to raise the limits for Japanese citizens for trips to Ukraine, because before that, it was impossible for us to go to Ukraine. And you just imagine the distance launch or management of a project. If doing it from Japan, it's almost impossible. Also, I'm going to tell you about the opening of an external trade office, CETRO. And the last thing, but still no less important, would be the signing of over 50 memorandums on cooperation between the representatives of our 2 countries. Predominantly from our Japanese side, it was with startups. And as for big companies, just 7 of those signed those memorandums, all the others are startups. And that is why there is a question, where are all the other big Japanese companies? Like, why are they not active enough in that? The conference had over 80 Japanese companies attending, including lots of big ones. And I have a possible answer to this question. I'm going to say that Japanese are scared not just of war, not just of uncertainty, of what's going to happen next. But yes, the problem is not just in Ukraine, let's say. And the Japanese are also afraid of losing their property or business in the Russian Federation. They have this binary approach. It's either business in Russia or reconstruction in Ukraine. And I totally believe that it's possible based on my experience of communication with my colleagues and with the representatives of business from other companies. Such approach is really widespread here, and it's pretty characteristic for the Japanese companies. As for these 7 big companies which signed the memorandum, then 6 of those either reduced their business in Russia or already managed to leave Russia. And just 1 company now continues its business as usual in the Russian Federation. And this company is considered an exception. You understand that here there is a certain trend. It is either or. And it is very important for us now to involve big Japanese companies in the process of Ukraine's reconstruction. Because they are trendsetters, these big companies may bring small and medium companies to Ukraine, especially as when they say, like, if you move to red light with all together, it's not too bad. But now it turns out that it's just the startups that go. And without participation of big players, these new financial instruments, the simplification of practices for the country, they may simply get lost. So I have my own 3 proposals here to overcome this binary approach. First of all, we should appoint a special Japanese representative for Ukraine's restoration. You know that there are special representatives like that in France or in the US. In France is Pierre Quebron, who is from EBRD. In the US there is Tanya Pritzker. She is former Minister of Trade. And we also need a respected person who is going to convince businesses. And then, secondly, we also need to launch an informational campaign, and possibly it could be implemented from the Kyiv office of External Trade Office. And we also need to tell how the companies from other countries function in Ukraine, in which reconstruction fields. We should tell them in detail what kind of projects are there, and so on. And we also could tell that if, for example, there are countries which work both in Ukraine and in the Russian Federation, and at our conference there was one big company that works in both countries. And then we also need to tell that the Russian authorities do not really threaten companies who deal with reconstruction in Ukraine. There are some isolated cases when Zakharova warned actually Korean producers that they give ammunition to Ukraine, but I haven't heard Russia threaten foreigners about Ukraine reconstruction. And lastly, still, we need to implement all those promises projects that they have agreed about at the conference on the 19th of February. We have to show that reconstruction is not just help, that's also investment in the future that we're discussing now. So we have to recognize that in Ukraine you can earn, and it is very important. So I wish all Japanese companies every success, and thank you. Thank you. Well, this means that Japanese business has some concerns, and they have to be convinced. Just in short, So what was the question of Elena is about confiscation of Russian property and whether they are afraid that this confiscation is going to happen, and or they think that it's just Russian authorities that are going to do it or something. Just in brief, for now, I would say that specifically on this topic, we're not talking about that really. While it is mostly about the way how war is going on, what's going to happen next, and all that. But as for confiscation, we don't really pay much attention to that. Okay, thank you. Good. Well, we're going to move to Natalia. You are researching external political course of Asian countries, so I'm sure that you know it well. So what is the difference of policies between these countries about Russian-Ukrainian war, and also what kind of differences in policies do you see, especially for the support of Ukraine? So could you please tell us about your views on those special aspects of current politics in the current phase of war and the partnership?
Thank you. First of all, I'm happy to be invited to participate in this forum for the first time, and we are following the dynamic each time when our relations show our strength and power. I mean relations with Japan, and this is our reliable friend. This is our gates to Asia. So our relations with Japan are proved by the war. So we should take a look at the Asian region, and Japan is one of exceptional countries, and it has a full support for Ukraine, and it's a very important partner to convince other countries of supporting Ukraine. I would like to take this topic in the context of characterizing our bilateral relations in the context of other countries, talking about the global partnership, where should we move? First of all, we should base on values. Values make our relations reliable. And there is such a contrast here. Last year, the Prime Minister Fumio Kishida came to our country. At the same time, Xi Jinping came to Moscow, and this was in parallel. This was considered by many experts, and it's important what should we rely on building up our relations with China, and we should consider this right now. Shortly for this March data, Putin received an arrest warrant from the ICC, and the goal of the Xi Jinping's visit to Moscow was to convince Putin of ending the war and impacting Russia. And now we're having a great example how is the attitude of some countries in Asia to war, and what is the support for us from the Japanese side. Japan is one of the most important partners that provide us assistance on the governmental level. So they are providing us budget financial assistance. So these are cases that were mentioned many times, and Mr. Jokwa recalled that Japan focused its attention on the Russia's aggression against Ukraine during its J7 chairmanship, and it helped to concentrate the attention of other Asian countries on this topic. Japan try to convince other countries. And the same did our President Vladimir Zelensky. He hadn't an opportunity to visit many countries, Australia, for example, other countries, and the dialogue with India had a pretty deep context, and India was chaired the G20, and it insisted not to invite Ukraine to G20 meetings, and so here we can see a parallel how different Asian countries are doing their efforts towards Ukraine. Japan realizes, probably most among the countries in the region. So in some so there are battles in the South Chinese Sea. So we can see some threats in the Chinese behavior, but we can see a comprehensive approach, and not only actions from Japanese, which tries to impact all this process and to consider connections and to emphasize threats around the destruction of the global order. And in this case, talking about our special global partnership and where we should expand ourselves, in this case we have opportunity that Ukraine can be proactive. Ukraine should become an important partner for Japan, respecting how Japan is worrying about global issues. When we are talking with China, in our negotiations with China, indeed, we can try to mitigate their opinion. But China is an important threat for our partners in Asia, and we shouldn't be afraid of talking that Ukraine is striving to peace in the South China Sea. For peace in the Taiwan goal. So these are very important issues, and we shouldn't be afraid of taking responsibilities before our partners. And our second rule is to increase our value added. Having resources in Ukraine, we can see that prices for our resources can be low, and we should expand cooperation with our partners globally. According to changes in the global system, the world is changing, and it wouldn't be so it had been before the war. We have many good relations, but we have a number of countries that present a threat, and we should understand what could be our contribution. First of all, these are about metal resources that belong to these logistic chains, and that we take the right place in these logistic chains in terms of our counteraction against China. We have ways open to European markets, which can attract the Japanese businesses to Ukraine. And we should attract attention to ourselves. We should be a subject, an actor. We should have trust, and we should trust to receive investments. And now we should grow in relationships with our partners. Regarding restoration of Ukraine, I would like to shortly mention experiences of different agents that would like to participate in Ukraine's restoration. First of all, we would like to do after the war. This is not only restoration. We would like to make a quality leap. And we have such an opportunity based on the assistance from our partners. And these are overall considerations. But there are some steps that we have to do right now. It was said here that Japanese companies were afraid of Russia's response. I was communicating with a Korean company, and they were talking that Ukraine is that they don't have enough information about Ukraine, and this is about many countries. They don't know what projects do we have and what opportunities do we have. There should be a communication on the business and people level. This is an overall situation. If we are if we are suggesting some projects on the state level, they go to the region level, and we need synergy of local and state authorities to minimize bureaucratic barriers, to minimize difficulties. I could explain you more, but I have to finish my speech. Maybe I will have opportunity a bit later. Thank you, Miss Natalia. But you...
I would like to ask you about one thing. On the 24th of February this year, I watched different Japanese TV programs, and lots of them about Ukraine and the war. And I also talked to a Korean journalist, and he said that Ukrainian TV channels actually were shown like everywhere. So you was talking about the values, and I understand that it's not actually we actually share the values, but actually say that they know little, they ask little about this war. And I mean, in Europe, why? About the opportunities of business, actually, I thought. And as for how much Japan influences, I can say that South Korea looks at Japan and takes an example as well, because there is a different factor there of limits associated with the South Korean issue and actually their politics, which is mostly associated with security things. So again, it is actually the bravery and courage of Japan in supporting Ukraine influences a lot the activities of South Korea in positive sense. That's very interesting. Well, I evaluate the mission of Japan, and actually, I wanted to also see more results, of course, among different countries, but that's also an important mission. Okay, then. Yulia, you have lived in Japan for many years now, and we have already discussed the reaction of the Japanese. So that is why I would like to ask you, do you tell the Japanese about Ukrainian identity and in general about the current war for the Japanese? So I believe that you know very well what kind of changes have emerged in the perception of Japanese as for Ukraine and actually Japanese-speaking informational space before the start of full-scale invasion and with it. So how do you actually evaluate it, and what kind of trends we should know? Greetings, can you hear me now? Greetings. First of all, I would like to thank the New Europe Center for the invitation and the possibility to engage in today's discussion. Actually, I wanted to talk a bit more about the society because a lot has been said about the economic and political factors, but we don't understand for today how the Japanese treat, how the war against Ukraine actually changes Japan. So, when talking about Ukraine's image in the informational field, I can remember from the first forums Ukraine-Japan, which was dedicated to the rebranding of Ukrainian Japan, and then the experts were saying that Ukraine is not a country that Japanese would recognize, or for example, the country is perceived as a Russian field of influence and through the prism of Russia as well. So I have to say that the full-scale stage actually changed this image, and in several days Ukraine became recognizable. And from Russian periphery, Ukraine has transformed into a sovereign country which fights for its own independence. And of course, as soon as I can say that Ukraine has been learned very well in these 2 years and has become totally clear, but still, the image that has been formed, first of all, in Japanese media, you have to stress here that Japanese journalists and political scientists play a huge role so that Ukraine now has a rather positive image of Ukraine, Ukrainians, and civil society. And this big media support that we received in 2022 also influences the level of solidarity of the Ukrainian population. I'm only going to make several illustrations that show that the Japanese are solidary with Ukrainians. This, first of all, the survey in February 2023, Nikkei survey that showed that 70% of respondents believe that Japanese government should support Ukraine even if it has negative influence on their life and work. And also to remind you that the economic situation in Japan is not the best, and during the last 2 years the prices have grown significantly, including food, power, and all that. In a year, in February 2024, there was another survey. This time it was a Japanese TV media, Fuji News Network. They published the data of their survey, and we have seen that again 70% of Japanese believe that Japan should keep supporting Ukraine. It's interesting that this survey in February also contained a question about potential passing of weapons, Japanese weapons, to other countries. And here the numbers are pretty interesting because just 8% said that Japan shouldn't be doing that. But 49% of respondents answered that actually weapons could be given to the allies and to the friendly countries. And this tells us that the war of Russia against Ukraine directly influences the so-called Japanese active pacifism. As an academic, I would also like to recall the way positive image of Ukraine forms a demand for studying Ukraine, and the fact that today both Hiran and Kitada speaking Ukrainian convinces us that Ukrainian language is a way to study. And so after 2022, 2 universities where they used to teach Ukrainian as a discipline, that was Tokyo Institute of Foreign Languages and Kobe Gakuin. According to my sources, there are at least 3 more universities. There's Tokyo University, which now offers 2 disciplines. That's Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture. That is Kobe National University. And here we should also mention that Kobe became a partner city of Lviv in autumn 2023, which means that cultural diplomacy is working in Japan. We shouldn't forget about that. And also one of the universities in Nagoya region, that's Foreign Languages Institute in Nagoya. Also, they added a discipline, Ukrainian language, as a discipline. And again, it's very important that one of the biggest Slavic Eurasian centers in Hokkaido University also opened a department studying research in Ukraine, which actively invites Ukrainian researchers for cooperation. And for example, last year there were several symposia which involved leading Ukrainian researchers like Sergei Plokhy, Larisa Mosenko, Mykola Repchuk, Olesya Khromichuk, and others. This tells us that today Ukrainian researchers have an opportunity to form new narratives, pro-Ukrainian narratives in Japanese society. That's for, of course, book market also has its influence, which has also received many more works on Ukraine. And if before 2022, only 1 or 2 books dedicated to Ukraine would be published a year, in these 2 years, I have more than 40 works dedicated to Ukraine. And here, a big contribution is made by political scientists who write and who explain the Russian-Ukrainian war. These are also the works dedicated to history of Ukraine, which explain the cultural and the historical background of this war, which say that this is the war of identities. Also, there are works, there are also diaries published, diaries of people, both Ukrainians and Japanese, who witnessed this war. It is also important that new translations of Ukrainian fiction appear. And another illustration is that in December last year, the Dictionary of War, which was compiled by Ostap Slavinsky, a Ukrainian writer, received such great media resonance that it headed the rankings of sales in Amazon in non-fiction. This tells us that Japanese are open to learn more about Ukraine, and that today there is really a demand to find out what Ukraine is. And also, I would like to tell about the role of Ukrainian community. It is not a big community. It is about 4,000 people among 125 million population. We understand that the population of Japan is huge. So a part of this community is just 2,000 people who were in Japan until 2022, and 2,000 more Ukrainians. They are those who arrived as a result of unprecedented migration policy of Japan, which opened for the first time in history its borders for the people who were looking for temporary asylum. So this migration policy was changed for Ukrainians, and it's not going to be like that anymore. Again, this community is pretty active, and I know that in the world, Ukrainians are trying to remind others more and more that the war isn't going to remind every country. And Ukrainians in Japan do that as well. Every Sunday, there are peaceful protests to support Ukraine every month, several times a month. There are cultural events in different cities of Japan, and here I would like to stress that cultural diplomacy and soft power is one of the powerful factors in Japan, and we shouldn't forget about that. On the other hand, also, I would like to say a couple of words. Unfortunately, in 2023, the media support wasn't that big due to the fact that since October last year, attention of Japanese journalists was switched to the East, and to the Palestine and also Hamas, and this caused the situation that Ukrainian news have been reduced to just short informational blocks. That is just the statements of President Zelensky or government representatives or what other government representatives say, and this doesn't give an opportunity to deeply divulge the whole complexity, the historical background, and the societal moods among Ukrainians. So here we should work more and think how we could build our own information policy in Japan so that not to lose that level of solidarity. And a couple of words, we shouldn't forget that Russian propaganda machine keeps working. They change their narratives. Today, Professor Kashi said that Russia is not trusted in Japan, but the fact that, for example, Russian information agency Sputnik still exists and produces information in Japanese language. Obviously, they also have their audience and who continues consuming that. So we have to think how we should form our own objective Ukrainian propaganda, and the narrative that has also been mentioned, that unfortunately in Japan there is no understanding why we shouldn't stop, why ceasefire is not an option. And for example, when I talk to regular Japanese people, mostly I hear why Ukraine doesn't want to cede its territories for the sake of preserving lives of Ukrainians. And here, just a couple of words from my side. Yulia, I'm sorry. Could you please sum up? Yeah. The Japanese solidarity, first of all, is built on emotional factor of sympathy and compassion, and less on the understanding of historical background of Ukraine. Here we should work more in that respect. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Maybe we can start discussions. How many time do we have? We have several minutes left. So, questions from the audience. Igor Kobanenko, Ukrainian Agency for Perspective Scientific Products. I would like to thank to all panelists for your high professional speeches about today's topic. I have a question to Ms. Daisky Kitade. Can you hear? To Daisky Kitade, can you hear us? I would like to thank you for your great Ukrainian language, and I would like to ask, what is your opinion about the perspectives of cooperation between military defense companies of our countries? In January this year, our foreign ministers met in Kiev, and $37 million were provided to Ukraine for drone detection systems. What perspectives do you see in this direction? How we can develop this cooperation between defense industries of our countries? Thank you for your answers. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Yes, yes, we can. As far as I know, our Prime Minister has to go to Washington in 1 month, in the next month, and there he has to make an announcement that Japan is ready to launch a mutual production together with American companies. So I think that we are following the right way and in the right direction, and we will be waiting good news. And I think that because Japan cannot export weapons to Ukraine because of its laws, but mutual productions are probably a good, proper way for Japan and the USA to provide their assistance to Ukraine. Let us weigh this. Thank you. Please, Mr. Litra. Thank you. Can you hear me? I have a question to Kitade-san. He mentioned Mr. Hellbraun, special representative for reconstruction in France. As far as I know, in France there is a model for economic guarantees. If a business is entering a country, the French government guarantees 90% of the investments made by the company into the respective country. Do you consider such a model to incentivize Japanese companies to invest into Ukraine? And the second question. This question can go on Daisuke or Olena. How can you consider the model, the seizure model? There are some countries that are ready to seizure, but there are some frozen assets. Can this be a guarantee for mutual production? Could this be an interim step? Thank you, Leo, for your question. We as Japanese businesses, we don't refuse of such good proposals if it is possible to cover up to 90%. If the Japanese government is ready, so please, we would be happy about that. But currently we don't have such a mechanism. There are some amounts of money. Maybe we will be having such opportunities. And about the seizure, different options are being considered in this way. Miss Olena, she will be answering to this question instead of me. I have an impression that every morning I'm reading a new option how we can conduct this seizure. Here we should understand several aspects. What we can make 100% for 100% sure. So all incomes from those assets can be transferred to Ukraine. So these incomes don't belong to Ukraine, and this is a thing that should be decided by the European Union in the nearest future. This is debatable in the European Union how these costs should be utilized, and especially these funds can be directed to defense objectives, in our opinion. So we shouldn't reach the situation where we don't have anything to be reconstructed. So we have to obtain resources for self-defense. So we need incomes for 2022 and 2023. Belgium is holding these resources. These are 5 billion of euros, and they're holding them in reserves. We agree that some resources should be reserved, but we don't understand why this should embrace the whole 5 billion euros. So this year we are talking only about 34 million euros of income. So they're talking about court applications, but these applications have no perspective. And the second point is what we are doing with this approximately $300 billion. So we need a full seizure, a full-scale seizure. We have a legal basis, we have legal arguments how it can be conducted properly, and there are also interim options. But also it's very important to create some safety devices here. So this should done in a maximum quality way. So now it is connected to Russia's reparations, but we don't know if Russia is going to pay these reparations, so we need another tool. So we will receive a loan from our partners, and as mortgage it will be Russia's assets. What is the most important part here? Here we need a safety device. If Russia won't pay reparations, so we are suffering from debts, and our next generations will pay costs for this war, and this is very important that this plan can defreeze additional resources for Ukraine, but this shouldn't be additional debts for Ukraine, which we will repay in the next decades. This should be considered. Thank you. Air alarm. It means that we should finish. Thank you to the panelists, to the audience. Air alarm, please go to the shelter.
Повітряна тривога. Просимо всіх гостей прослідувати до укриття на мінус другому поверсі. Для персоналу обов'язково. Your attention, please. Air silence the city.
Це означає, що зараз абсолютні пріоритети.
That means that the absolutely priority for us should be the victory. And it's good that more and more Japanese populations do understand this. We should go together to our victory. This is a great trend, and it's worth of making efforts to call ourselves special global partners. We should continue our work and our discussions despite of the war that lasts the third year. We should strive for our victory and for our strategic future. Thank you, and I would like to meet you again in our next meeting. Have a nice day.